All right, it's party time. What? How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? I'm back for what should be pretty regular. I don't got any more big trips or big moves or big. I have big plans for things. I just don't think I'm gonna be leaving anytime soon. Let me say hello to everyone. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Zetai? Also, you fuckers, that's how you fucker. Making me lose my shit. How you doing, Aris? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Also for Matthew. Supremely Noise. How you doing, Burrito? How you doing, Muttgrid? Welcome, 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 welcome. Oh, it's all good. Have best of luck at the battle tech, yo. So yes, I have went outside. It was So how you doing, Charlie? How you doing? How you doing? It was good though. I gotta ride a train again, which I usually get to do it once a year. You fucking know. You fucking know. I gotta do. I brought the milk. It's here. It's Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White. Honestly, considering how often this stuff sells out, that's probably better than milk. I mean, not for drinking, but for like just to have like amongst stuff. But yeah, I spent the also before I'll continue yapping. I should explain what I'm going to be painting today. So you're going to be like, oh, hell, 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts. But wait a minute. Something seems off about these, and in fact, you are correct. These are... So, they're technically 15 millimeter is what they're supposed to be scaled as, but they're gigantic. For context, I will also be probably painting these guys a little bit today as well. These are 15 millimeter Terminators. And for other context... because I'm just that kind of person. Here is a actual full-size Contemptor Dreadnought. There we go. Oh, fuck yeah. Like, modeling with green stuff is one of those skills I never sat down to learn, but I keep seeing people do amazing stuff with it. I'm like, man, I gotta do that shit. This isn't Sunday. No, this is a Tuesday. How you doing, Fuber? How you doing? I know that's an oxymoron, Bob. There's going to be a lot of covering space today. There's going to be a lot of covering space. And since I'm doing these Minotaur style, I'm using my Minotaurs recipe, so I got some rough iron we're putting on there. You want to? Too bad it's Marvelous Tuesday, the sequel to Marvelous Sunday. I have not done anything horse related in a while. The weekend was fun though. I got to visit some friends. We watched basically half of Excel Saga, which I had not seen until this weekend, which is weird. It's like one of those like shows that I should have watched like a million billion years ago. It's good because like one of my friends was like, okay, Hal, you have to watch the English dub, and I'm usually one of those like it's very strange. I used to be one of those like anime like I still think overall I was gonna delete a bunch of shit off the side. I gotta leave Marie Kondo on there. She's just now part of the stream. I just realized that I leave Marie Kondo on there like quite a bit. But like I have a very soft spot in my heart for like shitty 90s dubs. But yeah, no, the lady who plays Excel is a fucking beast. Also, how you doing, Jay? How you doing? How you doing? Here, legs, mushroom, and ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. So I think I saw something from. I need to double check on. Also, how you doing, Big Buckingham? How you doing? How you doing? Wait, my apron. Slap together maze. So I mean that'll still look pretty legit. But yeah, how you nerds doing? So yeah, so that was fun. I got to play a lot of board games. I finally got to finish the Slay the Spire board game. I've never got to do that before. I'll say it in leg, mister. How you doing? How you doing? Wait. Big stretchy. Get some drink in me. So that was fun. I also got to play So there's a Heroes of Might and Magic 3 board game that we only got to play a very little bit. It seems really cool. I'm not gonna lie, it does kind of make me want to give Heroes of Might and Magic 3 a go. I played, I think it was like Leandros, like Saunders, I think. He was basically just like skeleton dude. And I was like, oh, I see. I've been very weirdly for my minis. I've been very undead pilled lately. It's like one of those things that like any sort of like zombies undead bullshit is like sort of like a weak point in my mini painting where like I've done some stuff for like, what's it called? Oh God, for Necropolis 28. And I don't know, I've been feeling the skeletal horde. It calls to me. I have to resist the call though, because I know also deep in my heart that like anytime I do a horde army, I crave the sweet release of death. Because it's just not fun to paint a million billion of the same models. The skeletons at least, you know, like if there's anything contrast paints have gotten incredibly good at, it's making skeletons paintable because you can just get like a bone shade that pretty much does all the skeleton. It's kind of crazy how much skeleton you can get. There we go. Look at this immediate. Like, this is already like a really easy recipe that I use, and like the fact that I'm going to be able to use this on just like a bunch of dudes that are like 15 millimeters, kind of interesting because like you get these guys are actually scaled up 6 millimeters, but you get a like a lot of mini. Like you can get like a big old horde of dudes, and like they're like the details are trimmed down. Like you can just get like a lot of them done. I don't think it'll ever become my new like favorite scale. I still like 32 millimeter, and all my stuff interacts at 32 millimeter, but still pretty legit. Also, how you doing, Sam? Nothing really. I've explained that I played a Heroes of Might and Magic board game that fucked, and I'm currently getting some early shading done on this bad boy. Trying to make sure I get like various little joints and bits and whatnot. What do you mean skeleton is the new buffalo? You're going to have to explain that one. I am not following. So, oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, I never really used Molotovs too much, but they're probably legit. God, you know, I still haven't got to play. Because I just haven't got to play a war game in a while. I miss it. I haven't even stopped for too long, and I miss it already. Hey, how you doing, like Mister? How you doing? That was fun. What else did I get to during the weekend? I went. I ate delicious Brazilian steak, which was fucking cheese. Like I'm like one of those people that like I think I even mentioned before. I'm very much like I eat food to survive. Like I will say that like I'll still cook and eat my own meals and stuff. I'm not like there's so many people that like I don't understand my peers. They're like, oh, I don't feel good. And like what what did you eat today? Well, I had Starbucks. I'm like, God damn it. there's a reason you're not feeling good. There's a reason you're not feeling good. It's called malnutrition. Oh, it was so good though. And it was also kind of nice. I because I was in a train for a while, I got some time to sort of like plan some shit and recalibrate some shit. There's a character in Mortal Kombat that would sing the national anthem when he won, but it was removed. I guess they didn't want to finish him. Sadly, that one I have to give you, but I've heard that pun before. There was like a different setup to that same pun, and I really like it. So that pun is just very good to me personally. So good shit. I'll take it just for the end result, if nothing else. But yeah, I was thinking about the earlier in the oh god, it feels like it's been a million years, but also not that long. I'm upset how quickly 2026 is going, even though 2026 has been very mean to me, me personally, everybody else also as well, but personally to me, and like I was like, oh yeah, I need to do some more stuff with Rot. I need to do oh yeah, the sentence that's all buffalo. I assume that's correct. I've never actually looked up the logistics on why that works. Like I know it works because people have told me it works, and I just kind of nod my head and go, sure, because I don't see why not. It's one of those things that like, if people were lying about that, like why? Out of all the fibs and trickery, why that? You know? Chakra, I mean, there's only so many puns out there, to be fair. Like there's only so much you can do with, like, you know, like the English language is really in depth, but there's only so many. I will say though, like I know the usual thing Japan, but Japanese puns are crazy because you can get puns just based off the characters in someone's name. Like, a lot of English puns are things that sound the same or have similar concepts, but Japanese puns can be like, oh yeah, you read this character vertically instead of horizontally, so here's more puns. Like, I really like the anime Sarnar Zetsubo Sensei. And every character in that has a crazy fuckload of puns that come up with their name. That's crazy. The reason is there's like going to be some of the guys at my local shop are getting into a 15 millimeter scale like Warhams thing, and we're going to do an event at some point. And I was like, you know what, that would be fun to do. I would like to be in that event. I like events. I like hanging out with friends. Oh, okay. So it's a sentence about bullying. Isn't that an indictment on our society? Fucking stupid. But yeah, also could have did a little. Unfortunately, once you get to this size, you can't really customize them too much. I used some bits for these guys that were normally parts that I put on my full scale. Minotaurs. Also, this guy was like listed as like dabbing Terminator, which kind of reads like it. He's my force commander. He's my commander. Because sure, why not? Yeah, buffalo. There's probably a couple of other buffaloes that are just sort of thrown in there for seasoning, but also why not? Also, God, it's like 1,000,000 degrees where I'm at. I might go up with the heat in a little bit. It is well over. It has been well in that like 95 to 100 degree range lately, and I'm fucking dying, bro. I'm melting. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? Oh yeah, fucking the whole tangent about rot. So I was thinking about stuff and like how to like I think that there's things I want to do with the first issue of that. And I've always told you I've lived in like a warm area. This is not new, but it sucks anyway. I'll take it. But like I figured out kind of what I want to do for it in terms of like stuff and how I can work that stuff into a stream. I've also been planning I mentioned before wanting to try the idea of making a Space Marine chapter with you guys. And I think I figured out the format of what I want to do for that. And basically I'm thinking what the plan is that we're going to make 16 theoretical chapters. Some of them are going to be rolled randomly on tables. Some of them are me writing down like a couple of ideas that I think would be kind of cool to kind of like spitball off of. And then we're going to put them in a bracket system. And then the winner of the bracket system will become real. Like, that makes sense. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Turnip is so good. Turnip is like always it's weird that Turnip is technically like the main game in my friend group. I think now that the store that I play at is starting to pop off a bit more, it's kind of less. It's becoming a bit less, but like not that much less. It's such a fun game though. It's such a fun game. Hopefully you're gonna have fun with it because I love Turnip. I love Turnip so much. Turnip is a fucking ball. What any cults you're eyeing in particular, or you just like you just kind of checking everything out and just seeing how it goes? I also have, besides these guys, I got like a couple of what's it called? I have a couple of there's like a bunch of like tack marines and stuff, and also some rhinos. I gotta work on at some point though. Today's main goal are these chunky fucks. I want these chunky fucks because I don't know. I like Contemptor. Like I like the box nut in terms of like this has like a fun look and it's a very classic Warhammer thing. But I think in terms of just like if there was no nostalgia involved and it was just my own personal taste, Contemptors would win. I love Contemptors so much. They're so good. They're so good. So I'm glad that the list I'm looking at doing for this thingy is going to be running 2 of them, which I don't know if that's going to be too much, but you know what? We'll find out. I got one with an auto cannon. I got one with a las cannon. That's all you need. Oh, the farmers are legit. Oh, the farmers are super legit. Also, like, this is really funny too. When I was I keep finding shit. I know I need to turn down the heat. I found these. Apparently, at some point, I got a what's it called? I got plaster casts. Oh no, you got de-streaked. It's all good. It's all good. I got some like plaster like cast for like like rock outcroppings and stuff. I think it's straight up like that brand that is used at one of my local stores for like train stuff. And I forgot I had those, but I was like, oh yeah, these could be incorporated. So a lot of the rock part of these bases is that. And then everything else is just the usual cork and other bullshit. So I was like, oh, this is cool. I get to use some things that apparently me circa a million billion years ago started using, and it's cool. So how you doing, Top Hat? How you doing? Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. It's all good. Streaks don't matter. It's all imaginary bullshit numbers from Amazon, because why not? Yeah, the flexibility of the bases is nice. I think the thing that you're gonna like in terms of like pure hobby delight are lumps. Lumps are just like, hey, make a weirdo and put him on a 60 mil base, and it's so good. It's so good. Oh, how your arms doing? Or was this like a leg day sort of deal? I need to like actually peruse the gym that comes in my like apartment complex now. It's not like a particularly crazy gym. Like there's not a lot there, but I'm hoping to at least get into like a semi-regular usage of the treadmills. I figure if I'm going to be like wasting my time watching YouTube bullshit, I could at least be running while I do it, you know? Snail Knights are also good choices. But oh yeah, no, that's a mood. I used to go to the gym every day. It was specifically because like a friend of mine like kind of made it like a routine that we did, and I was like, oh yeah, this is nice. I can do it. I definitely remember plateauing super early though, and I can't remember exactly why, but I'm sure it was like a nutrition thing or whatever, because that's usually how it is. I also wasn't really taking like creatine or anything at the time either, so that could have also been it. Snail Knights are good. I don't think there's anything explicitly bad in Turnip though. I mean, mind you, this is not like one of those games you got to be like real thirsty for meta stuff. Also, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Let's go. Also, how you doing, Kobe? How you doing? I'm painting itty bitty Contemptors because I fucking can. Hell yeah. It's weird. I had a brown gray and now I found a dark neutral gray, which, oh, there we go. Might as well just do both. Why not? Base 3 goes. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, I don't think I actually like the sarcophagus mines showed up in the later versions of the rules that I've not really looked into a huge amount. They seem cool though. They definitely seem legit. Like I said, I've not been turniping for a while. But it's because of that though, I've been looking at like, so I remember back when Age of Sigmar 3rd edition dropped, I thought I was going to be like, I was looking to return to Age of Sigmar. I think that either dropped like right before or sort of semi-mid pandemic. No, it was definitely mid-pandemic because I remember I traded cards for it, but I was like, you know what? I'll make this a thing because I think I was still looking around for that. I think I was like still looking around to maybe getting back in. And it just didn't super happen, and that's fine. You know, sometimes you don't. But I've been like, those weird lanky fuckers would be kind of cool as those lanky fuckers would be kind of cool if I used them for Mordheim. Because there is like an orc mob team that's like orcs and mobs that kind of like orcs and goblins that kind of hate each other. Apparently it's legit. I mean, it's always that kind of weird thing that like these days, like a lot of changes in 40k are kind of downhill of changes in Age of Sigmar. I've also heard that I want to call it like Spearhead. There it goes. I heard Spearhead fucks as like a fun little format thing. Or because like it's a cool idea. So basically in Age of Sigmar, Spearhead is almost like if you made like a wargaming precon. It's basically they took like the combat patrols like you see in 40k, and instead of going like, all right, you're gonna get 700 points. And you're going to get 230 points. These are equal in my eyes. Fight, nerds. They actually just totally like rebalance everything. They rebalance everything around that. Basically, worst 10th, which is oh, I will say though, I've not really gotten the new edition. I do like the new Conch Fort, but I don't think I'm going to do that anytime soon. How you doing here? How you doing? How you doing? Is it terrible? It is also terrible. Why does that one fucking get me? I'm upset. I'm upset that I like that one. But yeah, it's just not really come up in my stuff. There's part of me that wants to get a cog fort and like really scaven the fuck out of it, because apparently there's like some rules or whatever. I mean, they kind of are. I do wonder if maybe they've learned a lesson from Knights. And also, but yeah, they basically said that like every faction could at least get at least one. And I think that's fine. So apparently there's a treasure train? I don't know if I've ever heard treasure trains. I want to, but there's a bunch of like dumb mini purchases that I want to do in the near future. Like I still want to do like I said, I want to do the thing where we make a chapter and then I paint it up on stream with the Armageddon box. It's actually kind of been crazy though, because like so Space Marine Successor chapters aren't necessarily like one-to-one clones of their main chapter unless you're like fucking Blood Angels. But it's real, but like I've been trying to pre-game some ideas for, it's like, okay, here's some cool ways we could take. I basically want to do like one of each of the Loyalist Legions, one theoretical, like if we want to do that, like it's very OC Do Not Steal to make your Space Marine chapter the Loyalist traders, which it's funny because I'm a Minotaurs guy, but like, you know, hey, you know what, be. And then there is a Rolly generator thing within White Dwarf that I own. And there's also apparently a chapter Rolly generator thing from the Deathwatch book for the Fantasy Flight Games Deathwatch, which is kind of neat. Yeah. So yeah, they I mean, yeah, they are fantasy knights. I'm not gonna lie, and I understand. There's something about a big robot that does sing to my elven heart, and it doesn't hurt the fact that like all of these are like also it's also like big. It's big robot, but also big castle. And I do like big castle. I like big castle a lot. It's super nice. But yeah, I need to. So I'm going to need to get the Armageddon box. I want to do Mandos. I don't think a cog fort will be in my near future, and I don't think G-Dubs has given me one anytime soon. So unless like I crazy pop off for no reason, I might not be painting a cog fort. I mean, never say never. You never know. Sometimes I'll just get spicy deals for things and it changes my whole life. So we'll find out. I'll say, how you doing, Dozing? How you doing? Welcome. I am working on the basis for these fuckers, and it's turning out pretty good. I say these fuckers, they're off screen, but these fuckers. These ones. The lads. Yeah, I remember trying to look at like knights, Chaos Knights in OPR. I remember they were like ungodly expensive. They were like crazy expensive last time I checked. Because I really, really want it to work. I was like, oh, I can bring like 3. I can bring it 3 at like 1,500 or 2,000. I forget how much. I've only played OPR regiments. Anyway, though. I do like me some regiments. We haven't played it for a while. I think maybe Mordheim might be scratching that itch for a couple of people, so that we might not get back to it. I did find like my Chaos Warriors and stuff, so it's like it's. I think what I need to do, like I said, I there's a couple of things I want to do project-wise on stream that I think will be necessary for the second issue, I guess, but the first proper issue of my zine, because I want to do more zine things. I also did get to pick up some. We went to a used game store, and whenever I go to that store, I don't buy used games, because even though it's a pretty good used game store, that shit's expensive. That shit's real fucking expensive. But what I did get is I got an issue of Nintendo Power and an issue of Dreamcast Magazine. I grew up on Nintendo Power. I kind of forgot that Nintendo Power is kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. I do love. They did a full ass article for Gex 3, and they're hyping it up so much. That's how you doing, Lotta? How you doing? And it's like amazing. They're like, whoa, check out these graphics, and it's Gex. It's fucking Gex. It's so good. It's so good because, like, you know, Gex looks like shit. Listen, I grew up on the N64. Gex is like, you know, it's Gex. Its art style is inherently kind of ugly. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is a Nintendo power. They are, hyping up everything. There we go. This is the real sauce. My plan is just to kind of you do the rough iron, you dry brush on the gold, and then I will go back in to do like metals and reds and stuff like that. Whoa, nice graphics. And then the Dreamcast magazine was kind of interesting. It was so like the thing that really struck me about the Dream, like, this is gonna sound really fucking weird, but hear me out on this. Let me explain. So the Dreamcast magazine that I got was from like the year 2000 flat. And there was this like hopeful like energy that was there because 9/11 hasn't happened yet. Like, I'll tell you, Moss, how you doing? You could tell that like everyone was like, whoa, jazzed for new tech. Whoa, cool things. Wow, isn't it cool to like cool things? They were even nice to Japanese games for the most part. They called like anything that was like any sort of like dating sim or super anime. They were very about, despite the fact that everyone had like anime like profiles and stuff in the magazine. They had their own little chibi anime avatars, which was also fucking really delightful. But to be fair, though, that's about as good as I could have hoped, considering that like I grew up on X-Play, and like if you were anything Japanese, they thought you were one of those like Japanese. There was that kind of the stereotype for years about the panty vending machines, which, if I understand right, I believe that was like an adult bookstore. Also, how you doing, Penumbra? How you doing? Yeah, we were talking about the Cogforts and how like I would like one, but I don't think one's going to be in my future and stuff. Yeah, oh yeah. It's like I think I was just jazzed that there was video games on the TV. Cause like a lot of the things that I don't like about X-Play, because I still like a lot of my fucking, yeah, or it's like for X-Play it was always about like they hated JRPGs, they hated them. Oh my god, it was kind of amazing how much they hated the stuff. But yeah, it's especially because like Adam Sessler is such a weird character, because like he's like, I don't really talk about this kind of stuff a lot, where it's like, yeah, ostensibly he likes to come off as like a progressive dude, and there's nothing wrong with that, but he's still like weirdly antagonistic and mean, and still like doubles down on all the shit he said about like, a whole country, which is buck wild. Like most other people would be like, yeah, no, it was the 2000s. I said some bad stuff, but I was a little prejudiced against certain countries and games, but I moved on. It's fine. Or they just kind of vanish away. No, he gets into fights with people on Twitter. And I'm like, man, oh fuck, we got some. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, I do think games like I think people do like RPGs, like but like, I think that is why like Witcher and stuff really kind of got hyped up, because it's like, whoa, it's an RPG for people who don't like Japan. I mean, not to like cause it like, I've only played a little bit of Witcher 1, but it was other than like the controls being kind of jank, like it seemed like a fun time. I just didn't finish it because I don't finish a lot of things. Yeah, I do think social media was just, I just don't think he was a good fit for, like, I don't think social media was good for him, for sure. There's some people that I could argue that like thrive on social media. I don't exactly know what to do a lot. That's why a lot of times on like my stuff, it's just like, hey, I'm going live. Here's a mini I painted. Here's the thing. But like he got his shit fucked up by it. Oh my god. Man could not handle it. Wait, why am I brushing the shoulder pads? I'm going to be painting those red anyway. Yeah, I just remember it feel like I was like, I don't mind older graphics. Sometimes I will chafe against like older controls, but not necessarily like all the way. Like, I know some people are still like bitching about tank controls in games. I don't mind tank controls. I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand the discourse on tank controls being bad. But by the same token, I remember having a rough time with Witcher 1. Not that honestly, I'd probably appreciate it more now, and I could probably go back to it fine now. But I forget when I tried to give it a go. I think I got basically like 1, 2, and maybe 3 on GOG for like a couple dollars in one of their crazy ass sales. That feels like a thing I would do. It feels like a thing I'd do. I was like, wait, look at the lads. This is why I liked it. Like it's already this Minotaur scheme is already like really quick to like knock out. But at this scale, it's just like magic. Though because these guys are upscaled, you can occasionally look and see that like he's almost like very roughly polygonal. Like you can sometimes see like really, really, really crazy sharp angles on these guys. It's really funny. Yeah, that happened. It's kind of amazing that like Mario 64 is as good as it is. Like, you know, it's Nintendo first party at the time when that was like not that Nintendo games that are first party aren't like still relatively solid, but like, you know, you're kind of like, oh yeah, no. Like, does Nintendo still do the seal of quality? I don't recall if the seal of quality is something that they tout anymore, but that used to be a big thing growing up where it's like, oh yeah, no, there's a Nintendo seal of quality. If you get a game with this on it, it's probably going to be at least functional. And then you got people who don't give a shit. Yeah, really a lot of things to do with Fantasy Flight games make me sad because I also like their Star Wars properties quite a bit. And everything kind of got real rough for them, you know? Yeah, I'm not getting a Switch 2 very likely. I can't, like, my litmus test is that Kirby's Air Riders is a game I've been dreaming of for years, and the fact that it's released and I didn't like go crazy and missing it, I think that means I'm probably fine, you know? Who game releases? No. Luigi exists. They found him in the source code, if I remember right. There was like that crazy leak a couple years ago, and they found out that I think if you could decompile him and play Luigi again, but like, oh yeah, no, Nintendo's. I will say that in the grand scheme of things, Nintendo's not a great company. Like, I mean, there's worse, but yeah, no, Nintendo. I think overall, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. But yeah, I do want to do that the Rites of Battle supplement for Death Watch, specifically for when we're going to make our custom chapter. But no, I can understand the idea, because like here's the thing, like it also kind of comes down to this when you're like, man, Nintendo's the worst company ever, and like, you know, there's companies that are just like on the daily just pumping toxic sludge into the lakes. They're like, who gives a shit? You know, everybody's got their own lane. Everybody's got their own like field of interest. You can't care about everything for everybody all the time, or you're gonna go fucking crazy, you know? I do like every time that the fucking the Pocket Pair people dunk on Nintendo. I just think that's good. I think some healthy level of competition is good in general for that kind of stuff, you know? Where it's like, I didn't give a huge amount of shit about Power World. I only played it so I could cannibalize a woman, and I stopped, you know, like most people do. And like, I didn't pick it up again really since, but like every time they get a win against Nintendo, I'm like, hell yeah, bud, good for you. Let's go. But that's how you doing, Mini Dell? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on some itty bitty lads. These are the big lads. These are the big main lads. But I'm currently working on well, I got the dry brush out. I might as well get the itty bitty lads, you know, as one does. But yeah, I don't know. And then like, I really just don't do consoles these days. I think like, because I used to be a way more like diligent video game player. I used to care way more about video games. And it's funny because like, I mean, it's not like that I stopped being a dork. I remember growing up, everybody was like, eventually, Hal, you will like video games less. It'll happen. And I think the implication was that like one day I was gonna grow up and like I would stop being a man child, and guess again, nerds. Haha. But like, I think a lot of that stuff just kind of came with more like industry changes than anything else, you know? It's just funny. It is funny how that worked out, because I think like TRPGs were sort like TRPGs and wargaming and paint. Wargaming is like, you know, if I didn't paint, and like this isn't like a bad thing, but if I didn't paint, I'd have like infinitely more time, and like, you know, that's the kind of time that I'd play some stuff. I did get linted. I was lent 2 JRPGs. I don't think I'm gonna stream them. At least maybe probably not, because I think they're kind of all on the longer side. But I do want to kind of maybe I might try to fuck around with them on my off time. It's just like a fun little thing for me. It's Grandia 1 and 2. I was told that like how I must play this, and then they pointed a loaded gun at me and they said or else, and I was like, oh damn, I want to live. I gotta live for the Hellbuds. Stupid. But you know vaguely what I mean, you know. I will say it is the most bizarre thing seen, like, even in the three, I'm gonna say like the three pillars of tabletop things. You got board, let's say four, because I don't really dabble in this sphere, but this is a valid pillar. You got board games, you got war games, you got card games, and you got TRPGs. TRPGs I still think are always going to be the cheapest option, you know? Like, it's really hard to be cheaper than a TRPG. You just need a book, and depending on how you go about getting that book could be free. But like, at some point, board games and like, I guess board games, if you like one or two board games that you just never get anymore, that's relatively budget efficient. But goddamn, Magic is just in other cards. I guess I could maybe play like the Digimon card game and some shit. Maybe that would be a bit less crazy expensive, but still. Despite Hasbro's best interest in. Indeed. Scoop over. I'm gonna try getting like a couple. I had 2 pro acro reds this whole time. Like even with that supposed waifu tax, is it really that expensive? Because like, it still seems like the Digimon card game is like relatively like not too bad. I don't know. It's for me, it's really hard to think about. Like, I think if the day happens where my Magic group falls apart or I move away from my Magic group, I don't think I'm going to be like picking up new card games, even though I do really like the idea that I could play Diaboromon as a deck. That sounds fun. Let's go try. I'm trying to do some things I've seen other people do where they kind of like mix in like a couple little colors into their rocks and stuff, just to like, you know, and then eventually when they dry brush it out, it just kind of blends a couple of extra shades in there. I'm trying that with some stuff. I'm gonna see how this works. It might not. It might not. We'll find out. Right again, maybe too. Oh yeah, I think like a lot. I will say I think a lot of people who do board games are probably doing that in the comfort of their own house. Like for me, that seems like the big benefit that like if you have a group, like you just pop out the board. Also, they require. I will say that like a lot of the newer kind of like more boutique board games require so much fucking space. The box of the Heroes in Might and Magic 3 game was fucking enormous. Oh my god, that thing was huge. Like you know, so I'm gonna use an estimate that I think a lot of you guys, you know basically like the big army boxes for 40K where it's like you get the new edition box. Imagine one that's like roughly that wide, but like maybe twice as deep. And it's like that's how big that fucker felt. I didn't do like scientific measurements or anything. Yeah, you probably need to get like I am a man that does own a lot of wire storage. So like once again, I cannot be throwing rocks in this glass house of mine. But yeah. Real. Yeah, I think we got, mind you, when I was over there, like we spent probably a good hour or two just cracking open the Heroes of Might and Magic board game, but also we were like looking at the pieces and checking out. The minis were pretty good because apparently I don't know if the rules were done by them, but the board was done by Archon, the same people who did doing the StarCraft war game. I was like, oh, these plastics are actually really nice. These are really nice plastics. I can see why people are so jazzed about the quality of theirs. I think they also did a Trench Crusade minis as well. I have not picked up any like plastic Trench Crusade minis just yet. It's not super on my radar to do so, just because I like 3D printing a lot. I do think I want to pick up the Trench Crusade starter box, just because I think it'd be cool to have. But like, in theory, I don't need it, you know. But yeah, They are very, very nice. I will say the plastics were way nicer than I expected. I'm like, oh, this is like, there was basically like no mold lines. That's basically what I'm doing, because also I think because I was part of Kickstarter, I think I get a lot of that already for free as like in PDF format, but I would like to own physicals. And I kind of want to just do the Heretic Naval Raiders, because at one point in the past I was looking to do them, and then somebody locally was like, "Oh, actually, I want to do them," and I said, "Okay," because when it's early on in a war game, I am really any sort of game. I gap fill like a motherfucker. Like for the Mordheim stuff, I think a couple of other people were like, I think a couple of other people were like talking about wanting to do like Carnival of Chaos and stuff, which is like, and like all the chaos possessed warbands and stuff. I was like, okay, I'll do Skaven then, but let's see. So I decided to do Clan Pestilence, because no one was going to do that but me. I've been having fun with it too, to be fair. Yeah, to be fair, I'm okay with that. I'm torn, because I'm not gonna lie where I say that like Magic being a commodity hasn't saved my shit before. Like mid move, I sold some cards because I just didn't know how expensive the move would be, and then my car had some repairs it needed, and that was really handy. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of nice, but also I really don't like the idea. I think I mentioned this before, that like a couple of my friends went to MagicCon, and how much of that, or even just seeing them like get ready to like line up to do like try to get in on the secret layers before those sell out. It just feels just like weird and financial and scummy, and like not that like Hasbro Wizards of the Coast hasn't like fucked up a bunch in general on a bunch of different things, but a lot of times those are like, barring the Pinkertons thing is still fucking bizarre, but like, I'm used to game companies being kind of weird and stupid with shit, you know? But like but just seeing like the weird kind of like, because like it's always kind of been like a speculative-ish market, but it feels weird when it's like they go to a big event and so much talk is about like people like opening packs in like a big showy event on the live stream or whatever. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? I don't understand. I know that if Magic dies, the American LGS as we know it also crumbles. But man, it feels weird, man. It feels real fucking weird. It feels really, really, really fucking weird. Dude, I'm not the biggest fan of Wizards. But yeah, no, it's been strange. It's been real strange hours. A sip. No. But yeah, I keep hearing like other apparently I have heard multiple times that the new Star Wars Unlimited TCG is really good. Where they basically took EDH and they made it Star Wars, but also they kind of like, because they weren't trying to square peg around the whole like Magic did into beating itself into the shape of a multiplayer fun game, that apparently Star Wars Unlimited does that pretty well. But also my heart was already broken in the past by Star Wars Destiny, and I think I just need to throw that out. I legitimately have like a decent sized box that I brought with me in this fucking move of Star Wars Destiny. And it's like, why? I keep holding on, and it's not like I'm doing the thing. It's not like I'm doing like, oh yeah, no, someday this is going to be worth something real expensive. It's not that. I don't know. I don't know why. Because like, I feel like if I want to play it, I'll just do like, you know, tabletop sim. I don't know. Maybe I just got, you know what? Maybe I got to channel my Marie Kondo. I gotta look at it, give it a little kiss, and then just, I don't know, just like send it off to a Goodwill somewhere, maybe. Yeah, I will say it seems like a lot of them are doing the TCGs are doing pretty well, but yeah, I think my local shop is pretty much just like Magic and Flesh and Blood country. And at least Flesh and Blood has been around long enough that like I can be like, oh yeah, it's survived. It clearly had the right sauce of some sort, you know? I probably should, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Out of all the card games that like I will not. I don't care how good Riftbound is. I'm not playing a League of Legends card game. I'm not doing that shit. I have some manner of self-respect, even if it's just a little. Let's go back to this guy. Also, I did get the. I'm sure it's good. The idea of buying League of Legends merch, bad. There we go. Here we go. So yeah, this is I forget what book this is from, but yeah, no, this is luckily there's a Contemptor Dread that's Minotaur style, baby. So I'm basically just looking at like, okay, I'm gonna red the symbol, red the shoulders, and then maybe a couple bits on the arms, and then and maybe both knees, you know. Yeah, I think because I mean I don't mind the inherent like competitive nature of card games. That doesn't bother me too much. If anything, the weird thing about I love EDH just to play, but it's also weird because it's a game where it's like, okay, win, but don't win too hard. Like there's like, I enjoy it as a social activity, but it is very strange because when I played it, it was sort of that like, oh, this is like a weird thing that you play if you get burnt out by regular magic, because regular magic will burn you out because it's magic. Eventually your deck will get rotated, or like they'll get too expensive or whatever, or like, you know, standard will just have a bad season, and then you just, you know, you duck out for a bit, you know. Full meta decks. Oh, wait. So are they doing Chinese cards because like the opponent won't know what's on the card? Because like I know some people that like, you know, they like them a good. A lot of times foreign cards are cheaper. If it was like I would like to buy this competitive staple, but it's cheaper in Chinese, that I can understand. But the idea of like purposely, like, because like that's just angle shooting. They're just angle shooting with foreign languages, which is no. I think I got like a wee tiny bit, which will be fine. Picked up a brazen bull. Oh no! I'm saddened that you're like this story's gonna go bad because I love the brazen bull. The brazen bull's so good. Like, oh, okay, that is annoying, but at least I can get it, because like a lot of times if you do play Magic and like your people don't give that much of a shit. Typically, European cards do go for a lot less. I think like Italian in particular seems to be like pretty cheap for like what is considered staples, you know. But yeah, if you're playing your local scene and legitimately everybody is just rocking full Chinese cards that you can't read, I can understand not wanting to get involved in that, because like once again, I am sympathetic, but I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like hell. Oh, that's lame. I like, you know, I will say that like Islam gets like a pretty between Sultanate and then Hawk Islam and Infinity. Like, you know, some of the Islamic factions in war games are pretty cool. I guess you could. I mean, also I guess technically counting like all the various like war games that does Crusade era stuff, but like, you know, I don't know if I ever count that, because like historicals are kind of their own thing, you know. But yeah, that is an unfortunate shame. Hey, there we go. I do like this red. Why have I not been using this red more? This is the Pro Acro, like and this is burnt red. It flows really well. What the fuck? I think I legitimately might be at a point in my life where I'm just looking to move almost entirely to Pro Acro paints. I really like them. Hey Pro Acro, if you're listening, give me free paint, please. No, but like for reals. I mean, for reals, I do like the paints. I mean, I won't say no to free paints, but you know, I do like them. Yeah, it's, and I can kind of see maybe the idea of like a more casual card game. That's why Commander kind of took off, and then you know, you get a whole other set of bullshit that goes with that. I was okay when it was like a fun little thing to be indulged in. As the face of Magic, it feels strange to me, even though I'm technically the one that like one of the people that helped get it there. I do think I would like to try again. When I was starting to stream mini painting, I picked up a couple of scale 75s. Because I remember I was like, I don't like how, like, you know, they always felt like very thick to me. I could probably handle them better now. I feel like if I gave them a chance, I could probably like do some pretty good shit with them. But they do feel. Apparently, also I'm curious if my shop will get their what's it called? They're doing their own take on contrast stuff, which makes sense because fucking everybody is. So I'm curious how that works. I'm curious how their version is it. I see. I assume it's for like acryl for like acrylic paint. I would not be surprised if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I pronounce a lot of things wrong, and sometimes people don't correct me until it's too late. So if I find out that later, it's like, oh, it's actually pro-Aceril. It's a pun that you missed, you fucking idiot. I would also believe that. That would not be particularly unique for me. This would not be a new scenario, but like I have not been told otherwise, so at least to me it's pro-acryl, and so that could be real. Yeah, that was my thought. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like a riff on acrylic, which would make sense. But yeah, I think I've been because like you guys have been seeing me work on the what's it called, the motherfucking the Sons of Horus. I've been giving them red guns, and I'm like, I feel like it shouldn't take this many layers. So how you doing, Horror Living? Nice. Do I put that stank on it? I might. It's one of those things that like I don't think too hard about the words I say. Because I've just come to the conclusion that like my vocabulary is just inherently jank as shit. It comes from just like being a weirdo on the internet and being a weirdo on the internet in niche communities, which just means that like everything I pick up is just wrong and confusing. So I could be putting stank on put the emphasis on the wrong syllable without realizing it. How you doing, Orloving? How you doing? I'm painting Contemptor Dreads. Mind you, these are itty bitty. These are very small. Compare one to your humble space marine. I wish I knew where this dude's helmet came from. Like clearly the guy took some like maybe it's a Thousand Suns helmet, because the backpack definitely is, and then also like the shoulder pad is. But like, I like it. I want to try to keep it on there when I inevitably make him a space wolf. I currently have I have a couple of other dudes in the soup that will be joining them soon. I also apparently like. I was looking through my shit, and I don't remember when this happened, but apparently I had a Chaos Predator just ready to go. I think I bought it used, and I just never really had time to like do anything with it. That's how you doing, Arabella? How you doing? It's going pretty good. So I'm using my Minotaurs color recipe, which is basically a like warp block bronze or like rough iron base coat, and then I dry brush with the gold. And now I'm just doing like the little Minotaur accents, and like it's really nice. It's good. Also looking for other little areas to maybe add a little bit more red. I don't know if I want to go full red on the arm. I could. I'm just because like, but I think maybe what might be better is just to give them. I think red knuckles would look. I think red knuckles would be legit. Oh, also thank you for the. I've never heard of jewels before. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's give him little red knucks. There we go. Little punchy grips. There we go. But yeah, the mini painting is going very, very well. Also because this is a smaller scale. Eh? Well, I mean, once again, I appreciate it. I appreciate any jewels or doubloons or coins or whatever the hell. I think it's a YouTube thing, yeah. I think it's a YouTube thing. But thank you. YouTube is a mysterious platform. Apparently they're like, oh yeah, we're rolling out a feature where you can like multi-stream vertically. I think that'd be good for some VTubers, but I don't know. I like my YouTube shorts, but I don't know if I want to enter that same like realm of people who stream vertically. I feel like that like my brand of what I do is not going to fit in there very well. So we'll be fine. Back of that bullshit though. Oh, uh-oh. Oh no! His turge popped off, which should be. I'll just use this as a quick little opportunity just to kind of get the area around it. No biggie. Yippee. Go. Yo, yeah, I can glue it back on pretty easy. Like, it's really hard to permanently fuck up a mini. Also, these just kind of inherently have like pretty weak contact points for the glue. It's just because like this has got like weird little bumps. Honestly, hold on. I think I know what I need to do. Oh, it's YouTube mobile. Okay. I think if I take this and I like file it down a little bit so it lays a bit more flush. I'm doing a little bit of scraping live. Go, man. There we go. I have reduced the size of the nubbins, so in theory I should be able just to kind of more safely put it like here-ish. Trying to scoot it into like magical. There we go. Perfect. All right, we're so back, baby. Let's go. Okay, there we go. We're learning. We're learning so many things about YouTube. All right, now to this one. His twin. I keep doing it every time I think about I'm painting them. It's just the fucking. Let me get that up. I just want to leave this on stream, real quick. Hold on, go, man. Oh, we're about to do it. Oh, you know, I'll wait till the ad break hits. I think that's going to be happening soon, so I can do a little bit of goofy searching. Also, I need to. Oh boy, do I need to adjust my house because I'm fucking melting. It's like 100 degrees, and of course I'm like, long gloves and hot lamp and everything, you know, as one does. As one does. Okay, I mean, I was about to say, like, I could see why they would make bits, but I actually don't know. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, good for you, YouTube. Good for you. It's weird because like Twitch keeps fucking up and like YouTube keeps incrementing slowly. I don't know if YouTube will ever fully. Oh shit! I forgot. I should do the little shoulder pad. Like I remember like the last big thing I heard that was like Twitch focused news was like Twitch was going like, hey, we're dealing with bots. Because like basically there's apparently, and I think inherently every platform probably has this to some degree, like lingering issues with just bot viewers. And if I remember right, somebody broke it down in a way that I thought was interesting, where they're like, yeah, there's always like, it's not a moderation problem. It's like you can't moderate your way out of bots. It's an incentives based issue because there's so much incentives that's riding on this like big view number that like a lot of people are like, yeah, no, it makes sense to risk it. I wouldn't because God no, but like for some people who are like, oh yeah, no, this is like a career or like I'm in it to make money. Like, yeah, they'll fucking do that. They don't give a shit. I actually wiped a little bit of the red off of there. There's probably gonna need like 2 or 3 coats of red on this bad boy, but that's okay. That's the whole point of multiple thin coats. All right, anyway, let's do a quick little break, and I will BRB. What? Did I get in time? Did I get in time? Yes! Right in the nick of time. Let's go. Wow. All right, we're back. Let's go. I also found the thing. I found the thing I was thinking of. Hold on. There we go. This. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers. I keep thinking of this every time I paint both of these two in particular, you know? Also, apparently I found out that, like, so back when, like, maybe like a week ago when the weather was reasonable, my AC thing was like set to auto that was hovering between like a hot state and like a cool state. And I guess at some point when things got really fucking hot, the cool state never updated, so it was just set to melt. So that has been resolved. I forgot who because I know I've seen that before, but like somebody reminded me of that very recently, and like I just keep looking at these two and I keep thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know. It was more reasonable earlier in the month. To me anyway, so you know, whether that's like bullshit or not to you, that's fine, but for me it felt all right. I was okay with it. Okay, your weather is more bullshit than mine, but still. I haven't been a bot this whole time. Big if true. But nah, it's unfortunately I assume this is probably real for like a lot of, because like, you know, there are people that are just like, I like streaming because streaming is parties and like connections and money, which is weird to think about, but like some people do think like that. And for them, they wouldn't give a shit. They're like, yeah, I'll buy views because in theory, if you do it right, you can turn that into real views and then money making money and whatnot. So how you doing, Skippy? How you doing? Yeah, it's fair. It's pretty. It's like I said, it's been like 90s. It's been 90s-ish. Like I got like a little temperature thingy. It is 89 right now, and it was warmer midday when it was hitting like 100. Like it hit 100 very briefly, and it's mostly just been the high 90s, which is like, man, fuck off. It's May. It's May. But then again, I guess it sounds like everybody's getting that shit. So, ooh. Once again, I like the way that like 32 millimeter minis look, but I'm not gonna lie, the relative speed to like good looking model ratio on this guy is making me feel very good. It's definitely activating neurons that I did not know could be activated. Yeah, I actually don't know if I've used the YouTube mobile app for streaming. Usually if I'm watching YouTube on a mobile device, I'm in like a transit thing at some point, or what's it called? Or probably just getting ready to like watch something before going to bed. That's how you doing, Bird Moss? How you doing? Yeah, and also, yeah, it probably also does help that this guy is like a big chunky fuck, which does make a lot easier. How you doing? Oh shit, that reminds me too. I got a little bit of time to catch up on my watching shit backlog. Do you guys remember I think this was something that was either like released like at the end of last year or kind of earlier into this year after Comic-Con. There was a Comic-Con like 50th anniversary documentary, and I ended up watching it, and it made me feel really pumped. It was like really, it was neat. It was funny because like you could tell that like it was like, you know, this is like I forget if it was like a BBC or I think it was an NHK thing. So like, you know, it tried to be as sanitized as possible, and like, you know, they showed a little bit of yaoi, I guess, because, you know, why not? But it was just kind of like, part of it was just like, yeah, just seeing people like, you know, like putting some stuff together, and like I didn't know about the fact that there's a Comic-Con forest where they just donate money to like forest preservation, which I thought was really cool, because like, yeah, all our shit's based on paper, we gotta protect the trees, which I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Lorax would be proud. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the world, like, I'm torn because I'm eternally optimistic. I think a lot of things are bad, and there's definitely bad people, but I think in terms of the general spirit of people is good. Like, if I hated people, I don't think I would be doing this. I would be, you know, fully isolated, just trying to like, you know, just eke out existence until eventually I shuffle my mortal coil. bits. I might just have to come to terms with the fact that, like, I can't. Like, the angle is just kind of fucked. Yeah, I like the optimism, you know? Cranked. Oh god, yeah, it's been, yeah, humanity hasn't been too bad here. But also too, another part of that was like, oh yeah, I should do something. I want to do more. I want to make more things. That's why I was talking about doing the he is very thick. Once again, this is supposed to be 15 millimeter scale. The guy who made these made them way bigger. They should not be this big. Canonically, this is like crazy big. Actually, you know what? Maybe not. Hold on. I kind of forget that regular Contemptors are kind of tallish. I can test it in a sec. No, there was no more to Conan, which, for context for movie night, we watched a movie called Conan the Barbarian Swordsman, which actually just turned out to be a Korean, basically like a Korean samurai movie, that I guess was just named Conan in order to get people outside of Korea to watch it. Because, like, you know, you look at the cover and you're like, that's not Conan. I'm curious what you're going to do, funny movie man. And I will say, it is less interesting than that sounds. It's basically the movie equivalent of a boss rush, where the main character is basically like a 14-year-old forum role player's version of Batman if you were a samurai. Yeah, it's certainly, like, the thing is, I think the bones were fine. The idea that, like, you're a samurai guy-ish in probably Korea, but maybe not. Things are just kind of vague in general. But you're like, okay, your sister was taken in by this general guy, and, you know, you want to rescue her, and you go around murdering people. But it's like, they forgot to write a story most of the time. Like, a lot of times he would just show up and they're like, hey, we don't like the way you looks. And because it was dubbed in, like, the 80s, it sounds like that, which is delightful. And then the guy who's not named Conan, his name's Eagle, murders the shit out of him with a sword. And they kind of just die in one hit, and nobody's, like... A lot of those kind of movies make sense if everybody's, like, roughly... Yeah, oh yeah, there's 2 instances of assault in that. So yeah, if you're not keen... Mind you, I wouldn't recommend this movie anyway, but, like, you know, if you don't like that, like, and, like, if you get, like, a visceral reaction to that, I need a better way to phrase that, but, like, it's a weird thing that, like, if you watch kind of, like, jank B movies, you do see a lot of questionable acts towards women. And, like, it's not great, but, like, a lot of times I think that the intent was, like, here's a tit. This is the only way we could put it in this movie. But man, yeah, also when you get a dude with a mustache just, like, kissing on a lady against her will, it's the mustache. The mustache adds something to it. I wish I could articulate why. Also, how you doing, son? How you doing? Yeah, for people who are like, I only watched half of it, it seemed fine. That's the optimal way to watch it. The optimal way to watch it is you don't watch all of it. You watch part of it, and then you go, oh, okay. And that's it. Yeah, I wish there was a way I could better phrase that without me sounding like a bastard, but it is, unfortunately, when you go in the realm of B movies, that shit kind of does happen a lot. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, I don't know if it was like I wouldn't say it was like an indie movie, but it was definitely a movie. It was not, I will say it wasn't like a movie shaped object. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? The thing is, I won't say it was like an exploitation film. It was just kind of just generic, like I said, vague samurai. Oh yeah, also the movie ends. Like, the bad guy's defeated. Eagle is like, now I've taken your hand. You've learned your lesson. The cycle of violence is over. And it just cuts. It doesn't cut to credits. The movie just stops. Also, this is the rat I did previously. I just know I want to do a little bit more. I say rat like this isn't like mostly tumor, but like I noticed that the little bulbs were a bit too pale, so I wanted to do another layer of the wash on it. Which is crazy because you're like, I know they did the credits in the beginning, and maybe when you're making a bad movie, you just assume people will duck out, so you put your credits up top so people know that you made the garbage they're about to consume. But still, I was like, what the fuck? It's just over. It was just over. I'm fairly certain that the thing is, it's like, you could be like, well, maybe you got a fucked up version of it, but like, it's not like the rest of the movie was good. It's not like the rest of the movie was good, and it's like, oh, clearly the version you got is borked, because that happens. You know, a lot of the movie night movies are VHS rips, because God, no, these aren't making it to fucking DVD. Nobody's watching Conan the Barbarian Slayer on DVD. I also don't know when my voice changed for that, but you know what I mean. I think it's real. I don't think that was a bit. I think that just kind of happens sometimes, you know? Or maybe the whoever did the rip was just like, all right, and we're done. if back in the day when you'd record movies on VHS from like, you know, like HBO, like you don't need the credits, you know how it goes. Yeah, we don't get, because I stick to like fantasy B movies a lot of times. You don't really see the horrible goo monsters as much. I was looking when we were done watching the movie. I was reminded, so like, in the movie night, the conversation came up of like, could you still buy Who Killed Captain Alex? My brain tried to combine it with Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and that would be a fantastic movie. But like, Who Killed Captain Alex? Because for a while, I do believe that someone mentioned that like the files were lost. The Vinegar Syndrome had them, and as like a 2-pack, which is like, oh shit, nice. So I was looking through their backlog because apparently they're doing a big sale this weekend, and I'm like, oh, there's some interesting garbage. Yeah, it was like, super cartoon movie. Nice. The idea of the video jockey is just such a wild concept. For double context, there is a group of people in Uganda who are like, we have nothing in terms of tech. We have like a laptop that has enough space for one movie, and we got our buds who are also like not doing well financially in Uganda. But fuck it, we want to make a movie. So they made movies. And I guess it's either like a movie thing in Uganda or just like a or it's like maybe like a music crossover thing, but they had this idea of the video, like the video jockey or video DJ. It was something like that. It's effectively like you're watching a movie and there's a commentary track, but the guy didn't like work on the movie. It was just a guy who would like yell like pow and just like would be like action, violence. He would just. It's an interesting cultural thing. I'm not gonna say that like I would want another movie with that. I'm okay with every Hollywood movie I ever watch has a video jockey. I'm okay with that. That's delightful in my eyes. Yeah, kind of like a silent movie pianist. Blame Steve. No, I couldn't blame Steve. Listen, all the bad movie nights are self-inflicted for sure. But yeah, it's a very buck wild choice for sure. It was interesting. It was interesting. But yeah, I was looking because like I will say that like I enjoy trash, but definitely the Vinegar Syndrome people are like, it's such a weird vibe because like there's kind of like a lingering thing for a lot of their catalog where it's like trash as an art form. And like I guess I don't disagree, but the way it's done just kind of always it feels weird. I don't know. I don't know how to articulate, you know? Oh yeah. Oh, I've mentioned this a couple. I'll keep mentioning it for a while because it's a weird thing to do. My local scene is trying out a big event where we're all doing 15mm Warhams. And I have been talking about wanting to do this. Like, they've been like, Hal, you should join us. You should join us, Hal. And I've been like, I'll get around to it. And this is me getting around to it. Oh, yeah. So we did watch Who Killed Captain Alex. It is, I believe it's in the dumb but fun category. I think that's exactly where I put it, and that's exactly where it fucking deserves. I think it is very much a dumb but fun movie. I don't think they would disagree with that. Like, the people who made the movie, I don't think they would like argue with that judgment. But yeah, basically, like these guys made a couple of other movies. Who Framed Captain Alex? Sorry, Who Killed Captain Alex? Goddamn. It's sort of like their big movie. Like it just inherently got a lot more attention than some of the others. I think it's because it was sort of, I know a couple of people that did like reviews on it. Back when I just, you know, it still exists, but it almost feels like a long time ago. The bad movie, like, YouTube channel podcast used to be a bit more prominent. I think a lot of those people just ran out of movies. Like the fact that I can sit you guys down and show like, okay, time to watch Conan the Barbarian Swordsman. That's fun. But I feel like if your entire thing was like, what's it called? Like, oh, I'm here to make money. I need to make fun of trash that people recognize. So it's like, you would get a million people doing like Battlefield Earth. Like, I'm debating doing Battlefield Earth for movie night. I feel like it's almost played out. But like, it also kind of feels like it needs to happen at some point. But I wonder if a lot of those people do just straight up like run out of movies to talk about. Because you just kind of run out of like acceptable bad movie night movies. Oh, Vinegar said, oh, I actually did find one that like seemed interesting a little bit. Oh god, no. So Battlefield Earth is the Scientologist movie. It was a movie that was, I believe, put together by L. Ron Hubbard and was in production among Scientologists for like a long ass time. Like, to the point where like John Travolta was originally cast to be like John Hero Man, but like it took so long to make that he aged out of it. Do I got it backwards? I might have some of it backwards. It's been a bit. Oh, he wrote the book. Okay, he wrote the book. The Scientologists want to make a movie. Let's see. This is like recent-ish. Okay. I do know I'm right about the John Travolta thing though. Huh. I like that I look at Tanya's Island and I see genre erotic fantasy. Am I gonna be able to like, it's fine. Oh, it's this old classic. Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, it's a terrible movie, but like, it's in the same way that like, I think I might have shown it before on maybe like there was a lot of early proto movie night movies. Those are the ones where we watch Neil Breen movies, and I actually would totally be down just to do a big fucking, like Neil Breen marathon. Cause I think at this point we've missed maybe 2 Neil Breen movies, if not at least one. At least one for sure. I would not mind getting back to that. Bigfoot smut. Wait, not that. Is that what that is? Okay. I should probably do this guy's claws too. I don't know. Once again, these guys are simple enough that I probably don't need to go too ham. Whatever, I'll come back later. I want to go back to the big lads. But yes, hold on. So before I go back to the lads, one, I should probably do something with the bases. I need to get the bases a little bit more base stuff. But there was one Vinegar Syndrome movie that I did see. It's this one. I'm worried that this might be, it definitely reads like it's a fantasy movie. I also can't be sure this isn't pornography. Oh god, here we go. But yeah, The Way Badstone, A Bloody Universe of Sorcery. I did see that on Vinegar Syndrome. And like, we're not gonna watch the nice version. I'm sure there's a terrible version floating around, you know? So it's like that looks like it could be a movie night movie. It could also be porn. Wait, what was the first time then? So yeah, I mean, I might do it anyway. Who gives a shit? It's and my server's 18 up anyway. Not that I'm not doing like erotic feet content. It's just like, I don't want to babysit children. That's all that will always forever be my thing. Where it's like I'm not paid enough. And but the thing, you're not wrong. It could be Skippy. It could also be the fact that like it's Vinegar Syndrome might be trying to be like, ooh, because like a lot of their trash is very erotic trash. So I do wonder if that is that kind of like oeuvre of like, oh yes, I watch garbage, but for more nuanced, subtle reasons than you. I mean, it's kind of a joke, but kind of real. I'm not gonna lie. When you said feet content, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Andor. You're welcome, I guess. Yeah, NC-17's fine. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, that's I was looking through. I will say, a lot less fantasy movies than I expected. They did have a physical special edition release of Sergeant Kabuki Man though, and I was like, oh fuck. Why is this like $50 for a Blu-ray, but I kind of want it? I can't because I have to spend my money on like, shit I care about. But yeah, it did have a really cool cover. It did have a really cool cover. I play Nikkei for the plot. Fair. Once again, I keep hearing Nikkei has a good plot, but eh. Okay, so this is the idea of trying to mix a couple little bits of green before the dry brush. Not bad. Not too bad. I want to get eventually. The goal tonight is to at least get the 2 Dreadnoughts. Maybe not done, but like glued to a base that I can like move them around and stuff. That's the main dream. That's my main goal right now. I do think it turned out pretty legit. I'm okay with that. And then I'll do a lighter brown dry brush on the dirt stuff. I think I'm also accidentally chipping little bits, which I'll have to deal with that at some point in the future. Do I want to do a tan? Oh, that'd be cool. I will say that like I have zero interest. I basically have zero interest in ever playing a gacha again, really. But I'm not gonna lie that I'm curious about Nikkei's setting because it sounds cool. The idea of like once again like all the people I went to visit were like, "How you should play Final Fantasy 14," and I'm like, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh god, I played Fate Grand Order when it was new because that was just kind of the thing to do, and I was curious about Fate. I still need to actually like read the visual novels. I own Fate. I own it. I think I got it on Steam. I don't think the Steam version's too bad. I think maybe there's like an uncensorship patch I need to download, but that's like pretty common practice. Oh god, this is chipping kind of bad. That's annoying. I can always fix that. That's not a big deal. I'm probably not missing much, but still, But yeah, I got to, like, I will say, I've played some gachas where at least things were kind of fun to play. I enjoyed the little bit of Girls Frontline 1. God damn, though. Fucking, Fate Grand Order had some of the worst fucking events I've ever played. They were all miserable slogs and the stories weren't even particularly fun. Meanwhile, you get like really fun event things for fucking Grand Blue where it's like Bobobo's here. Why? Fuck you. Here's a whole Love Live event. You're gonna do idle shit. Love Live Grand Blue event was so funny though because they're like, hey, listen, I know you have a main, you might have a male character. Listen. These are idols. Just for the event, have you considered not being a guy? Because it would some people don't want to see their love lives within like 3.7 miles of a filthy male. I was like, no, fuck you. I don't give a shit. I'm playing John Granblue. You can suck my entire dick if you think I'm gonna change that. It was funny. I was greatly amused by the attempt, but I'm like, no. Fuck off. I got a little bit of brush and primer too. Good, not awful. I mean, so there's like a couple of like foundational visual novels that I do want to read. Like Fate Stay Night, Sayano Uda. I need to finish Shizuku again. I was starting to read that ages ago, and I just got busy for reasons. Subahibi. There's probably a couple of others. Those are the ones I'm immediately thinking. It's kind of a bit more. I thought the chipping was a bit worse, but I guess not. I think it's probably the other one actually. Get little bits on there. It's all in here. Okay. There we go. I'm just hitting this with a black, and then probably once that dries, I'll just dry brush it again. Oh, Suki. Oh yeah, there's apparently a browser version of Tsukihime now. Like the OG Tsukihime apparently has a browser version you can play, which I do want to do. This should go. I'll let the show. Oh god, it's like I'm not one of those people that's inherently like everybody who likes idols should be beaten with sticks. That is when you're in VTubing spaces that the idol versus non-idol argument comes up a lot. But like that kind of stuff is very funny. I do find that level of just pure unbridled rage very amusing. But yeah, sitting on move. Hey, let's go. No, the thing is, like, there is legitimately a lot of cool stuff with idols, and I've been to an indie idol concert before, and it was really cool, and you got to see everyone like doing their best, and they're trying to make everyone smile, and I don't hate that mindset applied to VTubing too, because it's not 100%. It's actually a very weird thing where, like, technically in Japan, a lot of early VTubing DNA came from non-idols, but because HoloLive was sort of the threshold for a lot of people getting to VTubers in the US, you get a lot more people who think that's just kind of the default state, and then it kind of reinforces the default state. I think there's going to be very interesting academic papers about VTubing circa a couple years from now. I don't think I'm going to be the one to write them. I also think it's going to be fucking hard as shit to do because so much stuff gets deleted. It's gonna make whatever future archaeologist decides to go for it feel insane. Let's how you doing, Thunder Crusher? Enjoy your lurk now. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah. Unicorns are kind of strange because a lot of times don't even actually watch the VTuber in question. It's very. I think sometimes it's really easy to like the idea of someone a lot, especially on the internet, and when they deviate from that person that you think they are, that is where the dark side lies. The thing's wrong and I don't continue to do it. Yeah, I mean, I just assume that every VTuber company, much like every tabletop company, is just going to make bad decisions forever until they explode. With HoloLive being the Games Workshop, where it's like they're going to make bad decisions, but they got that seed money. They got that IP. They got that IP that's going to keep them going. We'll figure out how that works. Yeah, there are some times that, like, even for like 2D idol stuff that I kind of like there was apparently, I think the US got its first real big like Idolmaster concert, and like all these people I know who have been like big Idolmaster friends for years, and like there's kind of like an inherent, like, I don't know, like energy to them that I find really admirable, and just like admirable. There we go, admirable. Jesus Christ, like admirable and has some fun. I mean, yeah, a lot. The thing is, like, there's people that, you know, I mean, sure that like a lot of history is just talking about like wars and stuff, but you know, like a lot of cultural anthropology stuff is fun, and that does lead to some context for things. Which I think is neat, especially because at least to me, and the allure, the magic of VTubing hasn't died. A lot of the structures around it have kind of changed and whatnot over the years. And then you got like, technology making certain people like more or less able to handle changes, and like you got like ascended indies now who are people who are running on their own, but previously they had like crazy corporate backing. And then you got people who are doing like really cool stuff with it. I still think there's a lot of gas, a lot of juice in it, Exactly. I think there's going to be a lot, because like there are people that write like full on like dissertations and like academic books and papers on like anime, and you'd be like, why would they do that? But it's like I think that stuff is neat, and I can't wait to see if any of that happens for VTubing, Yeah. I mean, it can get perfect blue, but also like I also don't think it's even required to be like I think people get weird and parasocial and angry about really anything you can do. Like, unfortunately, like, hey, if you like make a cool thing now, people still get that same shit. Where it's like, I'm somebody who likes the Amazing Digital Circus. I don't give that much of a shit about the person who makes it. I think Gooseworks. There we go. But there are people who get real fucking crazy with Gooseworks. And like they didn't do anything to cultivate like a parasocial audience or a persona, really. They just kind of made a thing. Oh, camera froze. But like I don't think Gooseworks like did anything to create that. I think they just made an online cartoon effectively. Yeah. No, I mean that's fair, Skippy. That's fair about the. It's, I can't understand the idea of like because like there is a certain like corporateness to things that like sometimes can feel kind of weird, especially like you're like, man, it is odd that a lot of these VTubers are playing the exact same game in a row, and I don't think that's like. A lot of times for like corpo stuff, it's not like, oh, it's a secret maneuvering. It's like, oh yeah, they just got the license to like a game, so now every hollow is going to play the game while they got that license. So like, that can still make stuff feel really weird, though, Dude, I don't want to fucking write a paper. I don't got time to write a paper, motherfucker. The closest I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe blog about my thoughts, and then maybe someday somebody will use me as a maybe like a primary source or whatever. Maybe something like, I'll see you doing, Lunar. How you doing? Yeah, you got Fear and Hunger, which, God, so I've been like, not like the crazy tightest friends, but like I've known and I interacted with like, I think he goes mostly by Mythonics now, but like I knew him back in the day as Mal the Dog VTuber, and the amount of times where a VTuber will bring him up in like a way that is dunking on him by accident is just very funny, because time is a flat fucking circle. Like, he was one of those people that like early on when Iron Mouse did more indie deep dives, like his name got drawn, and the clip she found was just him making fun of V Shoujo for like 10 minutes. And then now fucking like I think Shiori started playing Fear and Hunger, and like he was watching her stream, and they're like, hey, this guy's watching her stream, right? And she's like, I don't know who that is. Which, in her defense, she's not consuming Fear and Hunger secondary media. She's playing video game. I don't think anyone was like genuinely upset. It was just really funny. It keeps happening. I do need to make blogging more real, though. I've gotten zero progress on the blog after the big trip. It's weird though, because like the guild is making me work next Saturday, but I also will be getting Memorial Day off. So I actually will kind of end up with like a 3-day weekend. I'm hoping to use that to get some shit done. Hoping maybe. Yeah, it's one of those things that I do think. Like I do think that what's it called? That like the material is very strange to stream from like a corporate standpoint, but I have to imagine getting the license for it's pretty easy, and it's like something that like Funger people will come out of the woodwork to be like, I see you're playing my game, excellent. Because I did that. That happened to me, Some teenager's gonna be totally standard. Yeah, that honestly, Law, that probably tracks. So like, there's like, that kind of like yeah, just seeing that like, oh yeah, this sets the weird roots for some bullshit that's gonna happen later, even in the world of like weird musical stuff. I think that's neat. I think that'd be neat. Maybe I'll be that guy for Vtuber. It's weird though because like I actually don't dislike the idea of what's it called? Oh, I didn't play that mod at all. I just basically ducked out when I went to the bunny orgy forest. Other than that, I think it was mostly safe. But like I think I would not mind becoming like doing that like theoretical like VTuber anthropology thing. The problem is it's like my memory's bad. I wish I could give more accurate details of like my thoughts and feelings at the time. Also, Sikral Koba, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I'm sure I butchered your name, but howdy. Like, I could probably give, like, my general sentiments, and maybe if I went digging through my files, I could find, like, little memory relics of, like, oh, I saved this image from around there. That would be fun, you know? Oh, yeah, there's probably a couple little areas where I mean, yeah, I think you could, like, basically have just, like, a loose dong on screen for Funger stuff, but, like, usually it's the sex, and I'm like, oh, I gotta duck away from that. I think like an errant dick in that game is not going to like end your world. But yeah, I don't think the sex would be a good idea, you know. Project, yeah, exactly. I'm like that too. Whenever somebody does model painting, I check out VTubers that like I've barely known and I've barely got to check out because I saw like one glimpse of them building a model of like, oh, what you doing? What you doing? I think I followed like a couple people recently for that, and I need to follow up on actually watching the stream. Because you know that's my shit. Maybe I lucked out and I just didn't get sodomized in Fear and Hunger. I don't doubt you guys. I believe you're all correct. I think I might just accidentally dodged a bullet there. There we go. Like couple little bits of black that I did on these. Oh, this is the one that has a lot more. Yippee! There we go. Right, that's weird. The chipping. Is there a specific ending for it? I wouldn't blame you. I would not be surprised. I also like. It's weird. I don't feel the strongest desire to go back and play 1 again. But I would like to maybe give Termina a go, because like the idea of kind of like a weird like. It's not really quite alt history World War I, but because it's like its own setting, but the idea that a lot of things are very similar, like parallels, I find very neat. Also, how's it going, everybody? How you doing, Kai and everybody on the YouTube? How you doing? Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimica from Adventure Painting V2, aware of the Nurgle's game variety. Yeah, so YouTube has raids. They are kind of a pain to set up. I don't raid on YouTube a lot just because I don't really find people streaming that I can raid, but hey, thank you for coming, everybody. Welcome. To show you what I'm working on, I am currently working on some 15mm Contemptor Dreads. They are turning pretty well, actually, you know. Not that this is like the craziest build at this scale, you know. They're looking legit. They're looking pretty legit. I also wonder if I can just get to... I forget which one belongs to which base. I don't recall which one that's supposed to be. This might be one of those things that I just glue on there just to have like some stability, just something to grip on. Because it's not like these guys got like a crazy gooch, but I think what I need to do is metal the feet and then also get the turges. That might not be a terrible idea, actually. Look a good brown for that. Hey, howdy, everyone. Any good comics lately? Oh God, not really. Not really on my end. I'm meaning to read a bunch more stuff, but I say that every day. I am as the kids say, I'm the potential man of reading comics. I don't know. Potentially it would work on. So The main reason dry brushing works really good on minis a lot of times is just because it inherently catches a lot of the little like texture bumps and stuff that just kind of comes with like the more physical medium of this. I'm not saying it wouldn't. I have to imagine that because like everything to do with mini painting generally comes from other mediums. So like a lot of stuff where we get is from, you know, from like trained people or like scale builders. I have to imagine a lot of those techniques also trickle down from like traditional painting. So it would be kind of neat to see like what maybe what dry brushing was in that context that led it to mini painting. But yeah, if you want to like maybe accentuate like the texture of a canvas, that could look pretty baller. That could look pretty baller. Get the bottoms of the feet for now. I guess I could go and get the foot trim too. I'll get the pad. I'll get the pad while I'm at it. Also, if you're like, these guys got some weird texture already, it's because these guys were glued to a base during the move, and post move I popped them the fuck off. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just need to go back to. I was reading Genshiken for a while, and I need to go. I basically want to redo that from the beginning. Oh yeah. Get your food, yo. Get your food, yo. Because I don't know, I've been really nostalgic for like older eras of like being an otaku. I think that's why I really enjoyed the Comiket documentary, because you got to see a lot of that. Like they did. This was an area that predates even me, because this is like a very Japan only era stuff. But they're talking about that, like the Captain Tsubasa fandom was like really big part of like early Comiket, which is just like a soccer anime. I think it's another one of those like Fujos are doing a lot of heavy lifting financially for Captain Tsubasa stuff. Oh, you know, that's a mood. I have a bunch of acrylic standees and whatnot of various VTubers that I packed up. I need to unpack. I got like right before my move, I got a new one because they're just, you know, figure's expensive, but what's it called? But like it's nice to have a couple of standees. It was I guess I ordered a Tenma standee ages ago. It's all good. It's all good. I also, when I was out, when I went to the used store where I got my manga, I did pick up an entire, what's it called? Did she have a U2s? That's fair. I did order the Mint Costella U2s plush thingy. I picked up a random anime that I've never heard of before. It's called like Sidone or something like that. I need to figure out how it's spelled. Apparently it's like a Yuri mech series. Like, it's funny because it straight up has like a labeling on the back that's just like a big female symbol with like Yuri works on there, something like that. It was like a big like, hey, this is girls kissing. Just want you. No, not Knights of Sidonia though. That I do want to get around to that one of these days. I'm good. Let me see if I can find like the cover of it real quick. Hold on. Let me get the feats of this guy, and then I'll get on that. Yeah, I think that's how it's spelled. Like Sidone, Sid1. Oh, maybe. No, it keeps wanting to do Knights of Sidonia. Yuri Mecha? Fuck, this is driving me nuts. Hold on. Maybe it's Simone. The problem is that the cover has like, yes, it is Simone. The cover has really fucked up like hard to read text on it. It looks way more clear in the images. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, this is what the cover looked like. I guess I just could not parse this. I guess this is probably, this is fine for stream. I'll use a different picture. That one has symmetrical docking, so I don't. Also, it keeps showing up pictures of like a funky guy with like little round goggle, like really round glasses and a funny hat. But yeah, it was like straight up. I was like, it's been a while since I got a. God damn it, Charlie, fuck off. It's been a while since I just seen an anime I knew nothing about, and it was like $20 for the whole set. I'm like, why not? So I want to watch this. I want to watch this so I could just figure out what did I get? What did I get? I also like that I can just have like this directly under Contemptor Dread. So watch here. Yeah, I know, like I've never really watched any of the Socks people, even though I've like known about them for a while. I don't know. Yeah, it's got like a I think what you're thinking of maybe Lotta is like it's got what's it called? I think it's got that like the Nautiloid ship kind of look to it. Contemptor Dread. It's my favorite board game from 2007. But yeah. It's let me spell it correctly over here because luckily, yeah, it's one of those settings where it's like I think it's like one of those things where it's like, oh yes, in this world everybody's a lady lesbian, but sometimes people become dudes for reason. I briefly glanced at the back and I was like, this seems like a thing enough that I'm going to give it a go. There was very little thought to it. Yeah, I'm curious about it, and if it's trash, I don't care. But if not, it's kind of fun. Like it's really hard to just like be blindsided by a show. Because I feel like at this point, if you're watching older anime, you generally know what you're getting into. Where you're like, oh, I looked up a specific series. The fact that like I went to this one and I was like, does anyone? Is like my group is like pretty reasonably heavy gear otaku. I'm like, does anyone recognize this? And one of them was like, oh yeah, I heard that's all right. So I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I'm shooting for all right, baby. Let's go. Valkyrie Drive Mermaid sounds super familiar, but I don't remember what it is. That name sounds super familiar though. Is that the one where ladies turn into weapons? Where like the bad guys got a bunch of like grunt lesbians who like grab a couple of other lesbians and turn them into like assault rifles. And I think it's like the main lady is blonde and turns like the pink-haired lady into a gun or weapon or something like that. I'm probably like fucking up a couple details in there. Yeah, it's not for anime. Also, thank you, Hookie. Thank you. Ah. That's kind of why I enjoy movie night. I know a lot of times I show you guys trash that are like, I'm craving the sweet release of death. But I every now and then we will find like an absolute fucking gem like her. Or no, it's she. Like she or fucking I still think in terms of like the biggest surprise of a movie night movie. It was very early on, but it was Knight Riders, which is the George Romero Renaissance motorcycle jousting movie, where it was so much better than I was expecting. Mind you, my expectations were like in the ground, but it turned out really, really cool. I was like, oh fuck, this is kind of excellent. I kind of really like this. It's kind of really, really cool. I'm probably gonna need to do like 2 passes on that for each of these. That's fine. Yeah, it's nice. Come to me, my grunt lesbians. I'm trying to imagine that as like legitimately any like I can only imagine that being spoken of in Dr. Robotnik's voice, and I don't know why. I don't know why it just goes immediately to him, but that's what it's like in my brain. Yippee. Let's touch up these a little bit. I also have like a brighter red I want to use to maybe do like a little bit of like stippling on them. I have not watched Doctor Strangelove yet. It's so funny though. So it's like there's a lot of like legitimate classic movies I've never seen. I've never seen Godfather. I've never seen Shawshank Redemption. I've never seen other movies. I don't know why those are like my go-to, but sure. There's a bunch of other movies. Casablanca. Yeah, there we go. There's so many like good movies I've never seen. And yet I have mountains of trash. Well, it's because Vtuber, there's two of them. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers, it's them. Curse you lesbians! There we go. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. All right, Sega. This is my pitch, right? What if you just made all the Sonic characters girls and lesbians? It worked out for Bomberman. Actually, no, I'm torn. I don't hate Bomber Girl, but it also feels weird because to me, like I would be okay if Bomber Girl was like a weird spinoff. And I know Bomber Girl is technically a weird spinoff, but effectively, like Bomberman, I grew up with Bomberman, and Bomberman's functionally a dead franchise. So I'm just like, man, this feels weird. It's like seeing something like operate the corpse of something that you like, and you're like, this is strange. It's me, I'm the trash man, you know? I do like me some like, because like garbage. This is where like I can kind of get the vinegar syndrome people, where it's like garbage movies have like a delightful quality to them. There's something that like because like for me, there has only been one anime that hits that like B movie what the fuck that I have watched. I'm sure there's more that would qualify. But Master of the Martial Arts, I've never seen anything quite like it since. But it hits the exact same centers of like, oh, this is fantastic garbage. That show, I don't want to describe it at all. We might do this for like an extended movie night. It is 5 OVAs. All of them are bad. All of them are bad. None of them are good. However, the payoff of watching all of them is that, like, are you guys familiar vaguely with the idea of, like, the aristocrats joke? That's what it is. It's functionally an aristocrats joke. Done intentionally, question mark? I don't know to, like, what degree they set it up like that. As, like, I don't think they were trying to, I don't know if it was supposed, I think it's supposed to be like a ooh, dark twist, but it just comes off as just fucking nuts. It's like absolute crazy person committed this to paper and got it animated. Holy shit. I think it's effectively like, yeah, that is what the aristocrats is like. But instead of like a long rambling story that gets grosser and grosser, imagine an incredibly boring fighting anime. Like one of those kind of like very traditional, like ecchi, like they fight, but the fighting is an excuse for boob. This isn't like a moral judgment, but like, you know, boob fighting anime for like, I remember watching like Queen's Blade and like Freezing back in the day. I've probably watched tons, you know, it's a well-established genre. Keijo, my beloved, technically fits into that genre, but I think Keijo is ascendant. I think Keijo is the alpha predator of boob fighting. It also does help that they actually do fight with boob, you know. Oh yeah, no, I think if Sega was real serious about making money, they'd make Sonic but lesbians. For real. I think it would make some bucks, you know. Oh, Bento is a lot of fun. I think everybody has, like, the thing is, like, I don't think I would consider Bento bad. For me, like, my favorite, like, 6 out of 10 show or 3 out of 5, whatever. The kind of archetypical mediocre, but, like, fuck you, I like it, is still, Macadami wa Shoi. I love it. It's just, like, anime magical wizard school. And, like, a lot of the episodes are kind of boring. But like it's just such, I don't know, it hit me just right. It hit me just right. I'm due for I want to watch it again. I need to catch up. But yeah, no, Bento used to be kind of, I remember Bento used to be passed around a bit more as like, yo, this is going to sound stupid, but I need you to hear me out. Watch this. Watch this. This is actually good. For context, Bento is a series about like the idea, so like in Japanese supermarket, they got bento boxes. They got like basically like imagine, you know, like a little prepackaged lunch dealio. And the entire premise of the anime is that like near closing, they put like, you know, those things don't keep for very long. So they'll put like a little half price sticker on there. So that they can like not really make money, but kind of recoup the loss of like, oh no, this one didn't sell. That's fine. Instead of like instead of just like old women and just like or just really anyone just going to pick one up, it turns into a fucking brawl, and it's really fun for that. I'm looking at like a really good angle so I can get like. There we go. Oh yeah, you kind of like. For me, I enjoy a series where I enjoy anything that has like a premise that's just kind of stupid, but they put their whole ass into it. Like I don't mind irony in certain settings, but I really hate that like we're doing this thing, this dumb thing. Wow. Whoa. I hate that kind of nudge nudge wink wink irony like that can die in a fucking grease fire. And that's why, and like a lot of times that like anime will give me that like this is a dumb that's why I don't like anytime there's like a Western ironic dating sim. They're like, whoa, you can date toilets in this one, or whoa, you can get gangbanged by Ronald McDonald. Whoa, how ironic! We're a Westerner. Like I hate that shit. Those wacky Japaneses will do all sorts of dating sims. Well, haha, what if we make one? But it's bad. But it's okay. We'll say it's ironic so we don't have to care. Haha. I hate that shit. Meanwhile, Japan will do an entire series about butt fighting, and I'm fucking engaged, you know? Yeah. Like Airplane, like they clearly like those disaster movies, and that's why the parody worked. Yeah, exactly. The KFC dating sim is exactly what I'm talking about. Makes my piss boil. Anyway, ad time, BRB in a bit. Working, yeah, let's go. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Just gonna like stretch my legs, which was nice. Oh, yeah, there we go. And let's go back to the lads. Oh, they look so good. I like they look so nice. Also realized I should not glue them to the base just yet. I also need to get like the medals and stuff too. I need to do the medals. I'm getting too greedy. I'm getting too greedy with that. Let's see which one. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, you get the idea of like the idea of using Twitch for military ads feels strange. Like I don't know. I guess the U.S. government is just like fuck it. We need people. Why not? Hey, you like Vtubers? You know what you like more than Vtubers? Fighting in wars? Like, what are you talking about, buddy? Big crossover. I don't know. Everything to do with cars, I'm pretty ignorant on. I got my one car, and that's all I need, and that's fine. That's whatever's. You like that? Oh, they're probably putting like a maybe like a funky gaming PC in like the backseater. That was something funny that I saw in the Nintendo Power. Is that straight up there was like a car company that was like, hey, guess what? We're putting a whole Nintendo 64 with a screen in the backseat of your minivan, and I was like, oh, this is such a funny little ad. That's such a funny ad. How you doing, K-Mappy? How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting the Blowjob Brothers. And it's turning out pretty good. It's just I don't know. It's just like really funny. Like I said, it was interesting because like like I said, the Dreamcast one was very like hopeful for the future, like turn of the century kind of like, yeah, games and technology, the internet's real now. Like, I mean by the internet's real as it's kind of like all the games, because like Dreamcast was sort of like the first online console, really. I mean, I'm sure there was other ways to do it with other ones and stuff like that, but that was sort of like the feature, where it was like in the Dreamcast magazine, they're like, everybody's super stoked for Phantasy Star Online. It's gonna blow your dick off. Which, I mean, as somebody who played a lot of PSO, yeah, absolutely blew my dick off. That game fucking rules. Phantasy Star Online rules. The Blowjob Brothers, them. You know that old thing we say, that old chestnut. So I need to get like, how deep into the back do I want to go with this? I'm doing it's gunmetal time. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers. Yeah, I have to use it in a voice like that. I mean, yeah, also, I guess there are a lot of video games that are developed in part by the U.S. government for like war recruitment stuff. I know they've done a couple of simulation games with that, with the idea of like military realism. I don't think those are for recruiting so much as like simulation practice, but basically same idea. But yeah, how you doing? I'm working on 2 Contemptors because also, as usual, my local scene's doing a big event at this scale, so I want to join in. And I had the option to play my beloved Minotaurs, which obviously, once again, like quick scheme plus looks good plus I like the Minotaurs. It felt right. Get a little bit on there. Leave some of that around there. Yeah, I could just go all in there. Well, if it isn't a super Blowjob Brothers, Lesbian Grunts to me! Yeah, exactly. There we go. Build my own extended universe. The thing is, like, I do think that like a hyper realistic military sim makes sense. Like, I think that is the kind of game people would want to play. Not everybody. I think that's like for like real nuts. But I'm a firm believer on everybody should be fed. Like, if you got like a niche interest like that, it's like, yeah, I think there should be a game for you. I think that's fair. Evil Hal in his battles against the Blowjob Brothers. And then we team up together to defeat an even bigger foe. It'd be perfect. Hell yeah. HCU. You're probably not wrong, but the idea that there's ads out there that's like, do you hate women? Join the military. It's just like, god damn, what a fucking world we live in. Alright, so we gotta get some of the angles on here. I forget if this was a I think this was a multi-part model. I could have maybe done a little bit more. I could have maybe done a little bit more in terms of a sub-assembly, but it's fine. It's fine. There's Garfield. I don't know. I need to map out the extended Halley. This is also another thing for the Space Marine making a chapter thing. I do want to make a new subsector. I think a lot of it is because like as I've been reading the Ravnor book, I really like the idea of having just like a whole little subsector of all my weird little bullshit. I think that just sounds neat. I was like, hey, he's got like Dan Abnett's got his whole little subsector of all his weird little bullshit, and that's fun. That's cool. I know Peter Favarelli's got his whole like dark coil thing. That's not really like a I forget exactly. Oh, fuck. I got a little bit of metal on there, but you know, I can fix that in a bit. Not a big deal. Maybe use a smaller brush for some of this bullshit. Claws. Oh yeah, I can do the claws metal though. That's not a big deal. Gotta be like, ooh. That sounds like a horrible pipeline. That sounds like a horrible pipeline. Get them mitts. Oh yeah, I gotta get his little hand-mounted Stormbolter too. I forget they have those. Just like deep in the recesses of the grippers. Oh, root beer sounds good. No. Everybody knows that root beer is the super serum. Like they made Dr. Pepper in order to limit the power of root beer drinkers because it was making everybody too strong. You know, that's my totally unprompted, unconfirmable conspiracy theory. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? Dr. Pepper was made by big government to stop root beer people from obtaining enlightenment. There we go. You can't disprove it. Oh, God, sorry. Oh, that was a big sneeze. My bad. Ugh. See, they're after me. They're targeting me. Fuck. Get some sunset sarsaparilla and gingy snaps. Hell yeah. There we go. Fuck. No, I think the sarsaparilla and gingy snaps is from fucking Wonder Chosen, and I think I forgot that that's also a thing for Fallout. That just sunset sarsaparilla is a Fallout thing, and that just like sarsaparilla and gingy snaps is a fucking... God, Wonder Chosen is a... God, I used to watch a fuckload. Wonder Chosen was definitely one of those, like, this is an edgy Sesame Street kind of show. But, like, man, it's basically... Imagine if Sesame Street was written by the same people who did Xavier Renegade Angel, because that was absolutely true. How you doing, Cersei? How you doing? I'm working on the Blowjob Brothers. It's turned out pretty good. So I think I probably need to go back with a smaller brush so I can get some of the other smaller metallic details. But the base idea is sound. How you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? I'm working on the lads. So far, lad painting is going good. What do I do? Let me just do the entire fucking gun. Minus a couple little bits. Yeah, that worked. There we go. You're working on the rats. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Oh, thank you. To be fair, Nintendo, the legitimately my recipe is very easy if you ever want to do it. Here's what you need. You need this color rough iron, and then you need a dry brusher with a gold. I use the Proacryl Rich Gold. You can use any sort. You can use like Retributor armor or whatever. It's that easy. And what does Hal do? I paint rats. I do. I need to finish them. My plan today kind of was to maybe, if I had some time, go back and try to finish those guys. I don't know if that's going to be feasible today. We'll find. Oh, we're not that far actually. I keep thinking it's later than it is. We got some time potentially. Rough iron is so fucking good. I'm so glad you guys like turned me on the rough iron because like Warplock Bronze was legitimately like my holdout G-dubs color. I still use occasional G-dubs colors if I have them, but like it's more like, well, I got them, I should use them, and not like I need to go get new. I gotta get more. And I don't gotta do that shit anymore. Yippee. That's my secret. I'm always wrong. sparks without imploding. I'm super not picky with root beer though. I'll basically drink any root beer. I don't give a shit. I'm just not picky in general. It's kind of crazy that like I hang out with like a lot of people with like sensory things and whatnot for foods, and meanwhile I will house just about anything. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. I need to do no, I was about to say I need to do a desecrated saint, but that's not true. I did one. I did a desecrated saint. Oh, hold on. For the moving side. Yeah, I will say after my move, having access to all my minis again. Also, weirdly enough, like I think moving is super good for dealing with your backlog, because I'm just like I said, I'm just like finding shit. It's like I'm discovering my own minis, which feels weird. That's true. I was thinking about that for a while, doing maybe like multiple sins. Maybe not like multiple sins for the entire warband, though. That wouldn't be totally crazy. That wouldn't be totally crazy. But I think maybe at least a different sin for like a couple praetors with different sins, I think would go pretty hard. I would like to do that. I think there's some merit to that, you know. Oh god, yeah, especially if you have to it's definitely that usual thing where it's like the harder it is to paint, to paint something, and I don't mean in terms of like painting difficulty hard. I mean like setting aside the space and the time and clearing shit away. You're just less likely to do it. So yeah, if you can like move into a space with like way more room for that, your productivity is gonna fucking skyrocket. It's gonna be great. It'll be great. Yeah, I definitely do have like infinite time for projects. So yeah, if I ever want to go back, I could. I'll be working on minis for, because it's funny, because it's like a lot of times people will drop out of their hobbies when they you know, this is really presumptuous, but they're like, I've seen some people that like are in the circles of the hobby I'm in become parents, and it doesn't change. Where like a lot of times for like video games or like even TRPGs, that shit gets kind of hairy. Which I'm like, oh, that's cool. I like to know that like when that shift happens, that I'll have some insulation, I guess. So like maybe, I guess also too, or at least early on, apparently, you know, babies don't move around a lot. So if you just kind of keep an eye on one and paint some like dwarves or whatever. To the space. Oh god, wait, was it your cancer or your parents' cancer? Either way, I'm assuming by cancer scare you're implying that the scare is over and everything's good. Which in that case, hell yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. If it's not good, I'm very sorry. But it sounded like things have gotten good. So I'm gonna hope springs eternal and hope you say yes on that one. Ah, gotcha. Once again, I'm leaning real hard on that past tense of had. There's like also like a couple little tubes I might like pop out in a bit later. There we go. Oh god, back surgery stuff is like will like really fuck your shit up though. So glad they've made it through that. Yeah. Back surgery. Back before I knew the full extent of like my mimicness, I had some of that, and that was like a whole summer of recovery. That shit fucking sucked. That shit fucking sucked indeed. Put in there. Hey, I'll get a little bit on the vents for each of them, and I'll let them probably dry a wee bit before I go back with a thinner brush and try to get the. Oh fuck! I didn't get the. That's fine. You're still alive. Hey, let's go. Oh, that's not, sorry. I saw they're still alive, and then I read the rest. Very sorry to hear that. But hey, at least you're getting the smallest silver lining of getting some painting space. That's cool, but man, that sounds rough overall. That does sound rough. So I need to go through the little turds and just kind of hit that up one more time, maybe. I should read ahead a bit more before I yippee, but I have so much yippee in my heart. Let's go. I'm glad that still gets passed around. The girl, my dog died. Let's go. It's just like, that was like one of those like really early VTubing jokes in the communities I was in. I don't think people do that. I guess the fact that like Gura's like reincarnated and then doesn't stream anymore kind of changes the tenor of that a little bit. There we go. Ah, fuck. There we go. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Just I go with the inherent, like, you know, Warhammer's stupid, and if you think about any of the logistics for anything Warhammer, it's just gonna be stupid. I'm okay with that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Top Hat. You're not wrong. I do feel bad though, because I think there were some people that like, yeah, now that she's indie and she doesn't have to deal with Hololive bullshit, she's gonna be streaming more. And that didn't happen. I think that I vaguely have heard that there might be like a illness involved, like one of those kind of like long-term, like, sucks to have illnesses. Which if that's the case, that does suck. You know, I can be empathetic and everything, but like it's been interesting. It's been, yeah, the VTuber wasting diseases, which is like very, once again, the fact that I am built very different, where it's like I'm tall and I don't get ill, but also once again, I'm not having a large coffee for breakfast, lunch, and maybe dinner, so like that also is probably something to do with it. I regularly eat and pay taxes, which makes me strong. Got the ligma. Yeah, I have to imagine it's something like that. That's not particularly uncommon. Even in the indie scene, I know a couple of VTubers who have got like every bad disease at once. And it kind of it's got to suck, because on one hand, like if you are somebody who is like, man, I am like really badly ill, I just got like long-term condition, VTubing once again is a great hobby for that, but that also does kind of suck when those really kick in. Ammo for more than, yeah, exactly. It's like or anytime, like I think I've seen people talk about this for like a couple of like the big like books, where they're like, the artillery fired one shot every second for like a bunch of seconds. And because like in the moment of the book, that sounds cool. But if you're like, oh, actually that's like that artillery would have ran out in like 5 seconds as opposed to like 3 hours. Or there's sometimes they'll be like, yeah, and like just there's a planet-wide rebellion and like 3 million people died, and you're like, that sounds crazy, but then you consider like World War II numbers, and you're like, oh no, that's actually like not super crazy, because like, you know, World War II was like big, but also, you know, fairly localized to a couple of areas, and also not in a setting with bolters. It's just funny how that works, you know. Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of VTubers do survival VTubing, for sure. I don't think she's one of them. Like, that's like one of those things that like I am very curious, where it's like, I know to a certain degree that like some of the people who were in like Hololive and like early Ian Niji Sanji were like, oh yeah, no, I made enough money that I got like a house, which is good. Like I think they should get a house. This is not me criticizing, but I'm curious how much how that eventually turns into, and if that's your only source of income. Because I know like the vast majority of corpos still maintain second jobs, because you kind of gotta. Forgive me, fall. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna be honest. I've never heard of it. I'm not opposed to video game, but I've just never heard of that one. Oh yeah, all the mags are itty bitty. It's just once again, it just comes with the territory. It's just goofy, silly, fun bullshit. I'm okay with that. And this guy's back is where you can tell that's like, oh yeah, this was an upsized 6mm model. So they're like, you're not gonna look at the details on this back, and arguably even at this scale, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. Is it like vaguely a metal color? Sure, okay. Oh yeah, it's like there was like a really cool piece of Chaos art in the 3rd edition Chaos Codex, where it was like it was this cool Chaos Lord guy, and he's got like a line of bullets going into his machine gun, like one of those like one of those like belt feeds that's just kind of dangling because it looks cool. And then you look at it, you're like, oh, you're firing that gun for like a second, And that's fine. Because once again, it's British nerds who just kind of put shit that looks cool and they don't know no better. And it do be like that. Yeah. It's a boomer shooter. Oh, that's kind of cool. Boomer shooters are an area that I've not tapped into yet, but maybe someday. Motion tracker stills. Yeah, it's in the same way that like when you hit go live, like OBS just siphons away part of your intelligence, you know? Yeah, and I think every now and then that's brought up in the books because, like, you know, it kind of goes back to that thing where it's like logistically, and even sometimes they lampshade it in the books where they're like, oh yeah, you could just do everything Space Marines do with just like enough guardsmen. And like guardsmen will explode, and I'm sure there's some missions in like space or zero, like space or like underwater or whatever that like maybe a Marine would be better. But technically, you could just throw millions of guardsmen at literally anything, you'd be fine. But it's also like, yeah, but yeah. None of this setting makes any sense. It's about cool models go bang, bang, pew, pew. Like, not that you can't have serious stories in 40K or, you know, there shouldn't be some attempt at things making sense, but I do think that to a certain degree, it is a losing battle. The reality and 40K bounce off of each other. Just like they don't mix. It's just oil and water all the way down. And I'm okay with that. ERB. It's so fun to say that. ERB. But yeah, las guns seem legit. And they do work, so neat. And then, let's see. They've been showing up a decent amount, though. It's really funny, where it's like, a lot of the... I think I like the Eisenhorn books better than the first Ravner book so far. There's definitely a lot of setup and just doing tactical mission stuff that I feel like was missing a little bit of like the character building the Eisenhorn books were getting. Or maybe I'm misremembering some of that. What I do like, though, is that early on in the books, like, Ravner brings the hold of this, like, crackhead. Basically, he's about, like, a 14-year-old crackhead onto the ship because he's got psychic potential. And I just like the little moments where they're like, yeah, so you treat this like a hypothetical kid. And he's like, what's a hypothetical? Because he was raised in the slums and his grandma died of sniffing glue. He doesn't know anything. And those little moments are really sweet. I like them. Also, Asian Flame Scion. Yeah, the totally nice Minotaurs. They've never done nothing wrong. I actually really like. I still need to really fully read their whole like. I know what they do in Bad Up. I've never like sat down and read all the Bad Up War stuff front to back. But goddamn, they're super fun in the second Watchers of the Throne books. Where like straight up everybody is like. We're trying to investigate what's going on with these like weird chaos cults. Minotaurs, stop blowing everything the fuck up, goddamn! And they're like, huh, not our problem. We were told to go here and blow shit up, and by the Emperor, we're gonna go here and blow shit up. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've not really read much Dread either, so I don't know that much. If that's just also just like another callback. The Cursed Valley chapters are fun. Are the Black Dragons from that? I think so. I think Black Dragons are really, really neat. I'm a Chaos boy at heart, so the idea of like, you know, let the good guy chapters have some mutations for fun. It's pretty legit. I like those a lot. But yeah, I think it's basically just like Minotaurs and Lamenters. I think are the ones that are still getting real active notice these days. But yeah, oh yeah, if you didn't know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle's game variety. My local scene is doing a big event of 15mm Warham. So I've already painted Minotaurs before at like regular scale. But I'm doing these little guys just because that's what we're gonna be doing, which is fun, you know. Also, this color scheme is really easy to do. It is taking rough iron from Army Painter, and you just dry brush a rich gold over it, and it's super nice. It's super nice, super quick, looks good. It's the good shit. Yeah, clearly from the Imperial Fist. I still think my favorite Imperial Fist sub-chat, like, yeah, I guess like successor chapter, goddamn it. There we go. I still like the Exorcist because they're just so buck wild. It's buck wild to the point where people are like, are you? Because like Exorcists are functionally loyalist word bearers. It's really funny. Like they still they're red and they have like a whole demonology kick, but instead of like being chaos worshippers, they summon demons into their bodies so they can rip them out, and it makes their souls weaker so that they're less likely to be corrupt. Oh, hold on, there's a support that I missed in there. Joto. And I love it because at one point one of them does get captured by a word bearer in the Exorcist book. I forget the name of it, but it's an okay book out of 10. But the word bearer is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Your soul's all fucked up. What did you do? Which is really funny, you know? I feel like it's gone back and forth. Where it's like I've heard multiple. I think G-Dubs really just hates the idea of them having like a canon like progenitor chapter. So I think it's been a couple of different, like I've heard Thousand Suns were sort of like the theory, but I think that got squashed a little bit. I don't know. The status of keeping up with lore can be tricky sometimes. I need to look at more. My knowledge of Silver Skulls is really weak. I think was it like, so like for the stream I want to do where we make a Space Marine chapter, I was looking at basically like how to do little variants of each one, you know? Because like a successor chapter is not necessarily a clone of the parent chapter. They got their own shit going on. But like, you know, you still want to do like little nods and stuff. So I was like jotting down ideas of like, okay, like maybe it'd be fun for a Blood Angel successor instead of just being Blood Angels, but like so many Blood Angel successor chapters are just Blood Angels. They're always like the red something and they're just Blood Angels. But like, I was like, well, that could be cool to like look at like different, maybe other countries' takes on vampirism. Like maybe like some like Jiangxi, like Blood Angels would be kind of cool, you know? Like, I think that would be neat, you know? And I was looking for like what to do with salamanders, which was just like, you know, forge stuff. And apparently their gene seed's like really, really like fucked up and mutated. Or it's like unstable. Cause like the whole like they got like the red eyes and like the coal black skin. Like, that a lot of that is just gene seed stuff, but there's like a couple successor chapters. I think the one's called the Storm Giants, which is like they're basically their bones are fucked up. But like one of those kind of fuck ups, it's like, oh, it just makes them like really, really tall. It's not like a bad fuck up. And I think G-Dubs at some point has like been like, oh yeah, no, the Black Dragons are salamander successors. That was apparently like an article in the main thing. So I was like straight up looking up like other ways a Space Marine's body could fuck up with like a gene seed thing. And I wrote a couple of those down. Like there's a, because these guys would be Primaris, because I'd be using the Primaris models from the new box. I was like, oh yeah, they got like, this is something that I've only learned about through just like reading the books about the Belisarian Forge, where basically every new Space Marine straight up has like a secret organ that like when they get really fucked up, it just shoots them full of combat stims and healing stuff. And I thought that'd be really funny if there was a Space Marine chapter that like that was salamanders derived, that shit just goes off at like a hair trigger. Like if they get too jostled straight up, they just instantly go into like straight. It is kind of a plot organ. It's supposed to be more like a less like this will get you out of jail free and more like, yes, this is the noble last stand organ. This is when your body's about to die and you're like, oh, I must have my noble last stand. Yeah, that happens a couple of times where like an author will be like, oh yeah, I meant it like this, and Gitos will be like, like if like the whole like iron, what's it called? The Minotaurs being the Iron Warriors gene seed was said by a couple of like playtesters and writers and stuff. But I don't think it's never actually been officially stated anywhere. So if ever Games Workshop was like, no, actually, they're just Imperial Fist successors. There's still that like level of possible deniability. Yeah, exactly. Like the Max Payne organ. Or I also thought it'd be kind of cool if maybe they also just get used to it, so they got to juice up like Bane, like a whole bunch of like Bane Marines that pump extra combat stims into them just to like really fuck shit up. I was like, that'd be cool. Because unfortunately, a lot of times when other people try to make Salamander successor chapter, it's the Fire Forgers or the Drake Dragons, like that kind of thing, where it's like, what are Salamanders known for? Fire and dragons. All right, that's it. Call it a day. We're done. We didn't try and we succeeded. Let's go. Let's break for lunch. Oh god, yeah. So the nice thing, even though like Warhammer lore changes over the years, and like, you know, things get like retconned and whatnot, at least there's like one continuity. There's no like universal reboots every like 10 years, you know? Yeah, it's like, oh, I do think the Emperor's axolotls would be kind of fun as like a way to do, like, it'd be kind of cool to like use a bunch of lizardman bits, but also paint them bright pink. I like the idea of like a pink and white space marine, but not like I got better. Sorry, I had to, but like, you know, a lot of times when you see pink and white marines, it's when people are doing them real like cute core style, but like, could you do grimdark pink and white marines? And I think if you did like, you lean into axolotls and you kind of maybe make them like very, like I said, very, like use a lot of lizardman bits, kind of, you know. A lot of that is just like like a name association, but you know, same idea. It could still work. I think that'd be neat. I get a little bit of extra. I'm also debating, like at this scale, I could maybe get some glow on the eye. I might go for it. I thought Sons of the Phoenix were purple and white. There's not a lot of pink marines. I could be wrong. There's probably a couple. I mean, really, there's like Emperor's Children, but like post-heresy. And I can't really think of any. There's, like I said, there's probably some. Every Marine ever has gotten a color scheme of whatever at any given point in time because, you know, White Dwarf needs Marines in them. Space Wolves. Well, that was another thing too for Space Wolves. I'm like, do I just lean into like a different European culture? Like, do I make Space Celts? Do it like if so my idea for that, besides, so we're going to roll a couple of them random using a couple of generators, but the other one was like sort of just like basically just like brainstorming together as a group for that. I don't think there's any rubber. I think they just maglock and they got like balancing bullshit. Oh, okay. Oh, they actually got it in a book too. Hell yeah, let's go. I was only aware of the what's it called? I was only aware of the Warcom article because I looked up that recently. Yeah, the Dark Angels is so like I can post my notes real quick. Just like as like a little sampler of what I've been cooking up for that stream. I think I want to do that next Tuesday. Hey, it's all good, Soul. I totally understand. Take it easy, yo. Let's see. Let's see. I also had to like. White Scars is going to be a little tricky. Oh god. Like shift out. There we go. So like here's a very rough draft of what I've been cooking for how that stream's gonna go. Make the text back to be normal size again. All right. Where you at? There we go. This is the kind of shit I've been doing on my lunch break. So it's like Dark Angels I'm still thinking about. White Scars I deleted a little bit. It was just a big paragraph. It's pretty much like the idea that was written in one of the books is like a lot of White Scars are sort of based off of like the local people in the feral world. So yeah, Space Wolves, my notes, like I said, maybe like a different, honestly, just looking at some of the factions from the Wargame saga and just making them like Space Marines or just a different animal. I wrote Warp Spasm because I really like the Ku Klane Warp Spasm where he gets all fucky. And I thought that would be a cool idea to incorporate into a Marine thing. Blood Angels, I've been looking up different variants of vampire. Apparently in Chile, they got the Piuchian. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but it's basically like a vampire snake with wings. Iron Hands, I think something to do with the Keys of Hell would be rad. I don't know much about Iron Hands, but everything about the Keys of Hell is sick. It's the idea that they have like super secret tech that they've kept locked away for a while, and after Ferrus Mass dies, they bust some of it out. I think the main one that they show in the lore are cyber zombies. Don't know what to do. Don't know what to do with. I think Mononogal are cool. I like them. But I don't know how you incorporate Mononogal into a Space Marine. You know, considering how much of them their lore is like, you know, popping out of the body and flying around. Well, the thing is, like, a lot of vampire stuff does involve eating babies, and I think you could make that work with Space Marines. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hold the fuck on. This is something that's touched on in the Spirit of the Emperor, where the idea that some cultures think Space Marines are like, oh, you're not our guardian angels. You kidnap our youth and turn them into one of you. So yeah, you could extrapolate on that quite a bit. And then, you know, we got Raven Guard, and then, you know, I got one Trader Gene Seed spot, only one because I don't want to go too deep. And then like basically 2 wild card inspirations that they don't know their Primarch, but like maybe pick some fun idea to extrapolate on. 2 entries from the White Dwarf generator and 2 from the Death Watch Rites of Battle generator. So I think something like that. So how you doing? How you doing, a defender? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, it is very interesting how much a lot of cultures have like a werewolf or a vampire quiv. It's very cool. I think it's very, very neat that there's like a universal like, hey, this thing that drinks blood fucked up. Not a big fan of that. I find that inherently very cool. So yeah, that's like the roughest idea, and I want to make 16 Marine chapters, with the idea that I will then put them into a competitive bracket, and then everybody will vote until one remains, and that's what I'll do as like the chapter I paint the new starter box in. Hey, how you doing, Lawrence? You're right on time. I mean, that'll still be 1K point for 11th edition probably. So you know, it could be worse. Could definitely be worse. So how you doing, Rookie? How you doing? Oh, Rookie. That's not a theory. There's a couple of excerpts from a guy who got made into a cyber zombie. He's like, my entire life is pain. I can feel the machines like keeping me alive. And like I shouldn't be alive. Every moment is agony, but because I am a Space Marine, I will fight until eventually I can't anymore. And then there's a later excerpt where like they revive another one with the keys, like one of the keys of hell, and the new guy is like, "God damn, I hurt. When will the hurting end?" And the original guy was like, "Oh, it's never going to end." And the new Marine's like, "All right, this is my life now." Because that's just kind of how it is. So yeah, no, they're fully conscious. They're fully aware. There's not enough lore on like what their soul situation is like. I kind of like the idea that the soul situation's not spelled out. Like maybe their soul didn't come back. Maybe it did, and it's all fucked up by the warp. You know. Blue, yellow, like oh, yeah. That's like a very classic scheme for a lot of Marines. Honestly. A lot of that kind of matches up to some stuff. I know, I don't think there's much yellow, but for sky blue and white, Spears of the Emperor. Oh yeah, no, these, okay, so I was talking, the cyber zombies that are made by the Iron Warriors, they use it on their dead in some of the heresy books. So that is straight up like, for realsy reals, like this is an Iron Warrior being made into one of those. It doesn't imply that they get, like, everything sucks, but I don't think they get, like, mind broken. I think they just keep getting shot at until they die. Like most Marines, but they hate every moment of it. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? I'm painting my Minotaurs. We're doing a bunch. Wait, why am I doing this? Hold on. I'm a fucking moron. I forgot. I found this again. My favorite little thing. What's how you doing, Paul? How you doing? Welcome. I forgot that I got this bad boy. The AK markers. I love these motherfuckers for bonding studs and other little various little metal dots you got to do. Rivets. There we go. For some reason, the word rivet escaped my brain. And also, Paul, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. I'm working on some 15mm Minotaurs because my local scene is going to be doing a big event at the scale. And I thought Minotaurs would be fun because I like the Minotaurs. They're huge assholes. They're great. Just Akron paint the nails. Yeah. Press on Butcher's nails. There we go. God, these markers are so good for that. Yeah, kind of a lesser version of that. The thing is that, yeah, that's true. Dreadnoughts are basically... there's also a bit of like weird scuff around this little bit that maybe... is that something I could maybe clean up real quick? I like 3D printing, but sometimes you just like miss little scuff bits until you start painting. Okay, it's not so bad. Yeah, don't quote me on this, but I believe Epic is 6mm. I actually don't know why 15 was chosen. I think everybody just found a couple of models that were cool, or like maybe it's like a good compromise between like being small and like being like, you know, like you could still give some individual attention to some models, but also like, I don't know. I'm down for it though. It's neat. It's a neat thing to do. I'm digging it. But yeah, I wish I actually don't have a better answer why we chose 15mm. I am a sheep and going along with the whims of my local club. So fuck it. Why not? We ballin'. Yeah, I do too. I miss like, it's always like one back out of the way support. Like I said, I think Epic is 6mm. I think. Let's see, what do we got going on, buddy? I could start maybe doing a little bit of dry brush and stuff. Okay, there we go. So you look at me remembering some facts. What's this clogged up? The one thing I don't like about Pro Acryl is every now and then the lids get like catastrophically clogged up and they make me big sad. I think I just need to soak some of them in isopropyl to like awake, like kind of like clear them out a bit. But yeah. Normally also too, I'm a chaos. For people coming, I'm normally a chaos guy. There we go. This is my Eshin, not Eshin. This is my Pestilence Plague Priest. And also Flixon, thank you for the follow formally and welcome to the workshop. Yippee, let's go. If you guys like mini painting, don't worry, I do this twice a week generally. It's fun. But yeah, Epic doesn't really have a scene where I'm at, though a couple of people are like, maybe we try War Master. So War Master could maybe be a thing in my future. I don't know. I don't worry, that kind of shit happens all the time. It's all good. I've been friends with people that I thought I followed that I apparently didn't. It do be like that. War Master I might consider. War Master might be fun because I could just have rows upon rows of Ratmen, and that could be neat. But yeah, I don't know. Just doing a little using a brighter red, kind of going kind of a soft little stippled highlight bits. And this is going to be toned down once I start doing the enamel washes, but like, at least for right now, it definitely brightens the fuck out of this for right now, which is cool. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yes, exactly, you get it. I think having, because like, you know, Skaven are a horde army, and I like Skaven. I hate horde armies, which is just very funny how that works out. But the idea of just doing a big old brick of rats that can die at like 6mm scale sounds pretty fun. Sounds pretty neat. Like, let this down a little bit. But yeah, right now it's this, and then fucking what's it called then? Yeah, like 15mm Warhams, Mordheim, a couple of other projects I'd like to get back to. Like I said, I got a Chaos well, technically the store was like, yo, this is a Chaos Predator, but clearly it was like a Loyalist Predator that just because it's no longer a Loyalist model just kind of fell out of favor, which is super sad, but like, yeah, it's fine, you know. I'm gonna make it a Chaos Predator anyway, because, you know, I do Chaos armies primarily. I love me some Chaos. I think I mentioned this I think I just like armies where everyone's just like a huge asshole for no reason. I don't know why. It's just like fun. Huge assholes are just super fun to play in war games. I don't want my factions to win. I just find them funny if they're huge dicks. But yeah, I know in like, also too in like my local shops, I think I need to touch up a little. Oh, actually, this will probably still touch up a little. My shops have so much Legion Imperialis for sale. I don't know. It could be a good game. Legion Imperialis could very well be a very good game, but I always see just piles and piles of it in the used stuff. Maybe it just didn't take off. Maybe people aren't just ready for that scale yet. I don't know. Like, it's to the point that if I felt like going like real hog wild on that 6mm scale, like I could, but I don't really want to. The steampunk skeletal faction. That's fair. Yeah, they have like. I mean, what do? I mean, I guess War Machine does. Which, oh fuck yeah, they announced that Crix is going to be a faction they're going to do with the 3D printing again, which is neat. Like, I think they're leaning really heavy into, because like Crix still exists, but a lot of the pirate stuff I don't believe really fits into modern Crix as per like the War Machine 4th edition. So I think they're moving a lot of that to print stuff, which is kind of neat. You know what I mean, Charlie. You know what I mean. Which is like neat, I guess. I don't know. I'm dreading the day because I know someday they're going to release Legion of Everblight through the 3D printing stuff, and I don't know how I feel about that. Is it? Oh yeah, oh god, yeah, no, that's true. I know Squids has had some issues before where like Games Workshop will just like be like, haha, eat shit, buddy, and just not send him a thing for like a while. See, oh yeah, I forgot there's like a little bit of that metal on there. There we go. I can just kind of do something like that. There we go. But yeah, it's so it's kind of interesting that they're getting put onto like the print services. But I don't know if I can go back. I still want to do something with my Legion stuff. I really want to do something with my Legion stuff in the year of our Lord 2026. I've had a couple plans. I think OPR is still probably OPR seems to, the more I look into like OPR regiments, the more I can put like fantasy stuff I've had kicking around to some use. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, big stretchy. Yeah, there is a G-Dub store where I'm at, but the thing is the G-Dub store actually gets like completely blown out of the water by the smaller game stores, but I mean like the local game stores. Because RG Dubs is like a strip mall kind of deal, where it's just like, it's just like a room with a couple of tables. At one point they used to run tournaments and stuff there. I don't know if they do anymore. I haven't been there. I really never have a reason to go there ever again. It's the worst of every world now. It's out of the way. It's Games Workshop retail price. The last time I was there, the shop guy didn't know what green stuff was. So they don't have like particularly like knowledgeable people there anymore. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. All this is not great. Yeah, I know a while back, I think somebody ordered a model from Squids for me that like G-Dubs just hasn't. I still feel really bad. So ages ago, we did a paint-along project of an orc war boss, because at the time it was like, it's an orc war boss. It's like a pretty standard unit for orcs. Nothing's particularly wild about that. How you doing, the Lady Doomba? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How you doing, Shadow Raven? I read that as Shadow Revan from like fucking fucking KOTOR. How you doing, Dino Fan? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How you doing, the handsome one? But that's my job. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Though today we're painting my boys, my lads, the Minotaurs. It's going pretty good. They're going pretty good. I am oh, it was taken. Okay, so my insight was good. Okay. Oh shit, how's the turnit's going? So what I am doing is my local scene is starting to do 15mm scale warhams as like a little fun thing, and I'm building up some dudes for that. They're doing good. Hell yeah, let's go. So yeah, if you're like, why are those Contemptors so small? That's what's going on here. So yeah, I've been working on these two lads who we're just calling the Blowjob Brothers because there's two of them and they're standing next to each other. Yeah, Minotaurs fuck. They're like the loyalist legion I paint. I'm mostly a chaos guy. I'm mostly a chaos guy in general. So, but they do scratch an itch, and that itch is like somebody who is just like A, easy to paint, and B, just like huge cunts. It's great. I love how mean they are. It's excellent. A little bit of, I'm gonna dry brush a slightly lighter metal on top of these and see how that goes. I don't need to go like full crazy dry brush. There we go. See if I can just add like a couple little highlighty bits to this. I don't want to use a full proper dry brush because if I do, the shit's going to leak. There we go. But yeah. Minotaurs are a fun chapter. We're also talking about potentially what I want to do when the new edition drops. Is I want to do probably before that. As I want to do a stream where we make a Space Marine chapter together, and then from there I can start painting them for that. Also, Polno. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? So yeah, that's gonna be fun. I've also been playing some others. Something that I think would be fun for a stream too is I got reintroduced to the idea of a Sharpie cube for Magic. For people who might not know about that, it's one of those things that's kind of niche, but also kind of comes into the limelight every now and then. It's you basically take a Magic card and you use a Sharpie to you can sometimes add stuff, but the fun part is mostly just removing. You remove bits of the card until it just becomes like a totally different thing. Oh shit, are you also enough that does minis? Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Oh shit, we have an ad break coming up in like 5 as a heads up, everybody, go man. I was like, oh, that'd be neat. I have a bunch of old, let's see, what's it called? Hey, let's go. Eldar are cool. I did get I'll need to do something with them at some point. I got the Blades of Cain kill team for like a pretty spicy deal recently. And I want to do a couple little things with them. I want to do some changing. I want to fuck around with their helmets a little bit. Crimson Fist are legit. Hell yeah. It'll happen. It was funny because I was originally like, it'd be kind of fun and cheeky to do them as like a little Mordheim warband, as kind of like effectively like kind of like a weird version of Exodites. And then I looked at every elf warband from Mordheim, and everybody's like, no, these are busted. Like even more so than like the Skaven and a bunch of slings. Everyone's like, don't play. Don't play the Shadow Warriors. Dark Elves also probably don't play. And I'm like, huh. I guess. And it's because you find out it's because they're just really good at shooting, and shooting armies can just kind of... Mordheim is a very cool game, but also it is put together poorly in a lot of ways. It nails a mood, and which is why I think it has persisted to this day. And I'm excited to play it, and I like building warbands for it. But sometimes you just kind of run into a little trap of like, oh, this seems neat. And you're like, oh yeah, no. This either A, does not work, or B, absolutely will make your friends want to punch you directly into the dick. Also, how you doing, Bandy? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? Doing a light little bit of dry brushing on my guy. Not a crazy amount. Not a crazy amount. Especially because I just want to get like just a little bit. I'm also probably going to retouch this up a little bit once the enamels go on. But so it's like I'm willing to give a game like a small pass for vibes, just a small one. I would if I had any. So because I moved recently to an apartment, so my 3D printer is still packed away, and I don't have I don't have an access to do a lot of custom bits anymore. So to be fair, this is a 3D printed bit, and this is a 3D printed bit that I just happen to have already pre-painted. So I was like, oh, those are technically like Marine scale. I was like, oh, they fit pretty well. Ragnar's Ranger's Origin. Ultra Chapters Colors. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. painting a digicam marine sounds like it'd be hell, but also hell yeah. Oh yeah, 3D, like I do like using 3D printed bits, but also like I will 3D print whole minis too. Like these are my two clan pestilens, like my sorcerer. These are not done, by the way. My sorcerer and my plague priest are both these. Every bit of these are 3D printed. I like how they look. There we go. But then otherwise you got like what's like another good? This is not like done yet, but I've been meaning to do this one for a while. He's somebody did a entire like Trench Crusade set, but like Hollow Knight style, and I really like the Lord of Tumors variant. I need to get, you can see just like a little gap. I need a gap fill and maybe like add a little bit more sludge to the base, but like still pretty cool. Oh shit, also for people who know anything about Warhammer, I want to show you guys I still need to paint them. This is a really fun mini I found in my shop's used bin. This is a Core Pharaon, probably a legit one, I don't know, but it is a Core Pharaon with Chaos Terminator pauldron, arm, and Erebus's head. It's a very strange kit bash, and I want to give him proper attention at some point. All my like hybrid bit ones that are like part 3D printed, part not, are just kind of. If anyone wants to check out my Instagram, that's where you'll see a lot of that going on, though. Instagram. Oh, also, we do have an ad break, so look at the pretty minis while I BRB. And wow. I'm not cranking a hog. Ugh. All right, I'm back. Yippee! To be honest, what I was doing, doing some stretches. You know, gotta stay limber. Gotta stay limber. What do I want to do? I need to get. I do think at this point I want to get the guys. Oh, hold on. There's like a couple. There's like a couple little bits. There's like a couple little. There's a couple little metal bits. I want to hit up real quick. It's like, I think like right on the interior of the thigh. I want to get that one. Something like that. And then any other for these guys, because I do want to get them on a base. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, thank you for the Haldrate. Wrist stretches. Ooh. Yeah, there was I probably should be doing wrist stretches a bit more. I know that there was like a funny, like ages ago, there was, this is gonna sound really dumb, but there was like a Splatoon chart for like doing wrist stretches. I need to refine that one. That was kind of nice. All right, it's super glue time. All right, let's figure out. I always forget which one of these goes to which base. I think this guy was like this. Something like that. So let's go with that for now. So let's do that. And then this big steppy. Yeah, there we go. So the way I'm going to do that, for context, I will use a little bit of baking soda. Make that dry, and then I will go ahead and oh, thank you. That's all good. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, and I will see you later as well. Does glue still work? I need to remember which ones still kind of have like some sauce to them. Oh, there we go. I did like a big unclog on a lot of my glue yesterday, and it looks like it's still kicking. Yippee! Sick. All right, let that guy dry a little bit before I start doing a couple little other bits, and then immediately forgotten how this works. There we go. Hey, let's go. I'm glad all the halberds are nice and limber. You know, you gotta. I should be doing a lot more stretching in my life. I do bare minimum stretching. I should really be cranking the amount of stretching I do, like quite a bit. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm gluing lads to the base because I need to make sure that everything is like locked down pretty good. I think I want to do more. Doesn't see. I originally was doing this. It didn't feel right. Oh, okay. Something like this is a bit better. Oh fuck! Get a little bit more powder on there. I also tend to use the oh fuck, I just got a bunch of baking soda on there. Got two. Hey, let's go. I am working on my 2 Contemptor lads, and I'm not directly covering them in baking soda. There we go. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit. I need to do a little bit of like, not gap filling is maybe a bit of a stretch, but I need to make the. Oh god. Oh god, this thing of Loctite is like super fucking crusty. It is gunked up. It is. I have a couple of backup glues, so this is not gonna be the end of the world. When I inevitably have to put this bad boy out the pasture. Here we go. I'm gonna do. So what I'm doing right now, for context, for people might not know, is super glue super duper hardens when exposed to baking soda. Which means that these fuckers won't get knocked off their base and, you know, just instantly explode. And also I can kind of fill in, I can kind of build up like a little bit of, it's like, just basically kind of use it to fill the gap because they're not sitting entirely flush with the base because the bases I did are kind of weird. It was one of those things that, like, at various stages of putting together the base, at one point these fit a lot better, but I had fucked around with it for like adding various texture paste and stuff like that. So they're not quite as flush as they used to be when I was planning this out. So anything I can kind of do to kind of fuck around with that also works. Yeah, it definitely, it takes so long after like a surgery to really get like fully back up and running. I believe in you though, hell yeah. I believe. I'm basically pulling this off to the side so I can cover it in baking soda. Ow. There we go. All right, it's been dried. I'll have to go back and like paint that a little bit, but that's doable. That's a thing I can do. It's no on cam. I could, but like there's not a lot to see. Bit more, get a big old fucking Glorbus over there. I'm at least trying to describe the process though, because yeah, it's definitely one of those like, well, oh fuck. My desk is also covered in a light dusting now. That's fine. There's whale. Also, it's also gonna be weird because I don't have like, I know shrubs kind of change in size at this scale. Like I got some itty bitty ones that I still might use. Oh yeah, there we go. So yeah. Oh yeah. So like this is a bit of an awkward fit where it's like the foot is just kind of loosely hovering. Gonna do a lot of gluing on this bad boy. Other side, because the glue is escaping out the other side. Oh, all right, so we got a bit more. I don't know. I kind of don't hate the snowy base idea. Okay, there's still some like wet glue. Hold on. I don't hate the idea of maybe doing like a snowy base, but like I don't know. I can't like snow's tricky because I like snow on minis. Everybody loves the Blowjob Brothers, but like a lot of times when I take photos with it, and even sometimes like it looks really washed out. And that could just be like a thing that I need to like up my photography a little bit. But it's like, it's fine. And I can use this just to kind of do a little bit of dusting. Okay, this brush is real fucked up. I might need a softer. Okay, this one's slightly softer. A lot of my like fucked up utility brushes are getting too fucked up. Because it's like it's a good idea that like never throw away any of your brushes unless they're like absolutely fucking useless, like you used them for glue. Even then sometimes. But like even my brushes that are like you're fucked up and I've dedicated your life to being fucked up, they're getting a little too fucked up. There we go. Like this one I used for like sand and stuff, and unfortunately if you use like texture paste, like in general, you don't want stuff in your ferrule anyway, because that's how brushes get fucked up. If you're ever like, contrast paints are real bad for that because they are basically washes and they will get all up in the metal part, the ferrule of your brush. But like, texture pastes are really bad for that too because they'll just dry and get in there that also dry. It's the worst. It's so bad. All right, there we go. All right, now I can go back to painting. So don't worry, we're okay. That little intermission is over. All right, look at you. What do we need? We need to get some of the original brown color I used for the dirt. And then I just directly paint over the after it all dries. You definitely have to be a little careful. Like, don't use a nice brush when you're immediately painting over the stuff because sometimes there might be like little dried bits of glue. Oh, wet bits of glue. Oh shit! What are they doing differently for Absolute Green Arrow? I'm somebody from like at a distance. I see the Absolute Batman stuff, and on one hand, like the idea of Absolute Batman of like, oh yeah, this is Bruce Wayne without the money sounded cool. But the more and more I hear about, what's it called? There's spoiler tags on Twitch, right? You use the spoiler tags if you can, and if not, you don't post it. It's fine. I can always look it up later if I really need to. A little bit more dirt on the bottom of the feet. Now that the feet are slightly more exposed. And I can gunch that up a bit. Need a little bit more. Yeah, I think I need a little bit more of this brown on here. What I really want to read though is like, out of all the absolutes I've seen, I keep the absolute Martian Manhunter looks super legit. Like that's the one. If I actually sit down and start reading any of the absolute series, it's probably going to be Absolute Martian Manhunter, because like everything. Oh, there we go. I think I got a very slight glue trap. Fuck. This brush is not fucked. Let's go. This is my oldest brush. It is a Redgrass Games number 2. I've had it before I knew how to cling brushes, which is why it doesn't have a tip. It didn't necessarily lose its tip permanently. Like maybe the tip could have been saved. But what really happened was I assumed it was fuck and just turned it into a workhorse brush and snipped off like the fucked up tip. And then later I learned about like how to properly cling brushes, or at least how to like turbo power cling brushes, which is what I do a lot of times. That's what probably might be. I might be using weathering pigment maybe on these guys. I don't know. Unfortunately, like because of like the scale, I don't know if maybe like it would be too grainy. Was it good? Okay. Well, that's pretty legit. Also, how you doing, Michael? How you doing? How you doing? The mold lines. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. Some like for 3D printing in particular. For 3D printing in particular, for like sometimes there's just inherently going to have a couple little bits. I tried to get those cleaned up, but yeah. So, I mean, sometimes you miss them. It's not the biggest deal. Especially because like at tabletop scale, realistically, like I'll see maybe like I recognize that there's like a couple of bumps on the shoulder, but like, it's not the end of the world. You know, it happens. It be like that. But how you doing? How you doing, Michael? Yeah, all I really know about Absolute Wonder Woman is that like I know that like she's kind of raised in like Amazon hell sort of dealio. I know she's got some like magic stuff going on too. But yeah, it does seem nice. I'm really curious if DC is going to learn any lessons from this, because the lesson really is like, here's a cool idea and here's a self-contained universe. Here's a self-contained little universe. And it's like, okay, you can jump in. Where do you start with Absolute Batman? At number 1. That's fine. How you doing, Nitrous? How you doing? How you doing? I am working on my lads. They're doing pretty good at this stage. Probably like there's definitely a couple little touch-up spots. Like I want to do a little bit more with the little gear on the back. And then also after I did the glue thing. What's it called? But like, I think if they were smart, they would keep it simple. They would keep it like very, very, very nice to get into. But I've already heard that they're starting to do like a couple of weird crossover shits and whatnot. So like we'll find out if that sticks. We'll find out if that sticks or not. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Play again 40k. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I mean, so sometimes, you know, if you're not going to win, if you can at least get like a cool moment out of it, that's still legit. That's still legit. But yeah, no, I think every now and then, like, it's funny because you'll see like a comic exec be like, we want what the Japanese have with manga. And they reach for like ideas that feel like cope. Like they're like, oh yes, they got like X and Y and Z. And I think a lot of times it's like, it's just funny because you can pick up a manga at issue 1 and go to the final issue, and that's it. It's just very funny how simple that is, you know? So full of extra love. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah. That does sound neat. I have to let that dry a little bit. Meantime, could start fucking with some cables, or like if I want to do, like I'm debating if I want to maybe do like another little bit of color that's slightly different on there, like maybe like a copper. Maybe a copper would be cool on those. So add like another very, very slight metallic. Okay, I just got a big old glob of that on my thumb. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like necessarily hate a lot of like Cape Comics stuff, but every time it just seems like they make baffling decisions that just confuse me. There we go. I was looking for a slightly more detailed brush, just ever so slightly, so I can just kind of go like... It's not super crazy. Okay, that makes it look a little different. Get into like some of the angles for this though, which is fine. I'm also once again assuming that like the... Oh, God. Hey, let's go. I was thinking also too with like... You made me think of apparently Night Miniatures, like the company who did a lot of DCs. I forgot that they straight up have like a whole ass like Game of Thrones line, because I'm so used to the fact that there's an active Game of Thrones war game, but apparently, but I knew this about the war game. The war game's entirely based, I believe, off of the books. I think it's like another weird thing where it's like Games Workshop has rights to the Tolkien properties that have movies, which is why like there's never been like any attempt to do like a Rings of Power war game thing. But yeah, they just dropped a bunch of STLs for like all their lads, basically all the actors, but as minis on My Mini Factory, which I'm like, huh, that's a thing, I guess. I'm sure somebody's really excited for that. I can actually just go ahead and just, oh yeah, this will be good. Because like technically, if I wanted to do, there is a Tom Bombadil mini. I will say there is a Tom Bombadil mini. The Middle-earth strategy battle game does occasionally get a couple of extra things. You can run a Tom Bombadil army, but even in the books, like even in those books, it's like, hey, this is for goofs. There's not a lot of points in the Tom Bombadil crew. You're not doing this to be sweaty. I still love though. I still really love that you can just run the trolls from the Hobbit, like just straight up, like that's a whole army, just the 3 trolls, that's it. And apparently they're decent. I don't think they're like supposedly really good because like the funny thing, you know how like in all the kind of like the big Lord of the Rings debates of like, why don't the eagles just drop off the ring? And like, there's all kinds of shit that goes with that. Straight up, the eagles in the context of the war game are really fucking good. They're like flying horrible monsters that will absolutely mangle your shit. They could like the eagles of the war game could have absolutely just wrecked everything. Oh, they're doing crossover bullshit again? Okay. Like, I conceptually get what they're doing, because they really want you to, like, if you buy one, they want you to buy all the Marvel series. But like, you know that thing when you try and experiment and it doesn't work, and you keep trying to experiment again, hoping it works, and it doesn't work, so you double down on the experiment. You know that old chestnut? That very common thing? Oh yeah, just like one evil eagle would fuck up everything. True. But yeah, no, the eagles are pretty beastly. I don't know. I mean, there's like, it's one of those games that like, I think if you're playing it for it's apparently a pretty well put together game, and I know there's some tournaments for it, but like, the idea of being sweaty at the Lord of the Rings game feels kind of weird. At least to me anyway, where it's like, why do you like this? What compelled you to do this? Yeah, because, I mean, to be fair, that's, like, unless you go out of your way to, like, put some brakes on that strategy, a lot of times, the idea of just, like, overwhelming enemies with, like, fuckloads of dudes is just so good. It's just so fucking good. What do I want to do for you? Oh, there's, like, a hit up. There we go. Translation construction. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely a weird time. Yeah, I can agree on that. But yeah, I keep hearing it's a good game. It's one of those games that, like, based on the way that like my wargaming group works, I would not be surprised if in like maybe like August, somebody is like, we should play the Middle-earth strategy battle game, and then like 3 people come out of the woodworks. They're like, yes, it's time. It's time. I don't think I'll quite be that. I mean, I do own some. I got the Mordor Battle Host. So it's like I have like the Witch King. I got some Wargridden orcs. I have enough that I can have something, but yeah, I don't think I'd go full tilt. I don't want to do it. Oh yeah, I gotta get a little bit of black for the horns. So I'm gonna add black anywhere else? Not really. That's fine. Let's get a little black for that. I keep hearing it's good too, but like I can't do more TCGs. Maybe, I don't know. I still also, like I said, I don't think I'm gonna try the war game either, just because like I like war games where I can customize the models a lot, and like I don't think that's the kind of the main draw of the Gundam war game. Gundam Assemble. There we go. Yeah. There's a Gundam TCG that came out. I think there's been a lot of. I think licensed TCGs kind of make sense. I mean, one, there's like a pretty big historical precedent for it. I think that's one of the reasons that Magic struggles with getting people to give a shit about its lore, is that TCGs are just inherently bad at like effectively transmitting its story. You pretty much have to rely on secondary material, and like Wizards has been bad at that. But meanwhile, something like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon can have like a show, or Digimon even, or One Piece. Yeah, really a show that you can kind of lean back to and be like, watch show. It's also kind of a weird thing too, where it's like, oh, okay, I really like I'm opening a new pack of Magic cards, especially like the new fact that like all of the format, like everything's like a singular block. So you could open up a card and open up a pack and see the end and the beginning of the story in the same pack. And you're like, that's weird. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Well, arguably, like I've read little bits of some of the Edge of Eternity stuff, and it's not bad. It's the big thing though is that like a lot of other things use also Vtuber, take it easy, yo. A lot of other things use the story as like a way to get you invested. You're like, okay, so like, you know, this is like you're playing you like Pokemon. You're invested in Pokemon because of Pokemon. That's kind of like the inherent kind of like story quality to it. Also, I'm getting some white out. I'm also gonna just like retouch up this guy's spear real quick. But like, if you don't know anything about Magic, if you open a pack of cards, maybe you'll get one of the cards that says, "Hey, you want to read the story? Go to the Magic website." But also, it's stuck on a card that a lot of people throw away. So a lot of people are just likely just to be like, oh, this is just the advertising insert, time to chuck it. Because that's a reasonable thing, because, you know, that is sort of what that is. It is a dumb advertising like little thing that it's paper. It's just paper waste. So yeah, or sometimes it's on the back of a token that you don't really look at because, you know, it's a token and you're using the token for the front. It's like that. So like that's tricky because that's how you like let people know who are new to the game that there's a story. So Magic stories are only consumed by people who are into Magic. But these guys got little glowy bits too. I want to go ahead and just like white up a bit. I got the white out for the eyes of the lads, but like you know, might as well put that to use on some of the other minis while I'm at it. Another exact same model but slightly different. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean that's pretty. I mean, usual the idea is like always buy singles, just because like even if the singles are expensive, by the time you open enough packs to get the single you want, like. If you like to open a pack for the sake of opening a pack, go for it. You know, that there is the cathartic rush of opening a thing and then gambling neurons activate. But like, if you're looking for a specific card, for sure, yeah, definitely never crack packs to get one. It's just bad times. You got a story. It's had a pretty long story. The thing is, like, previously it used to be told in comics and books. And the thing is, I don't think those books were ever like particularly great, but they existed. And they kind of come in and out, but it always just kind of goes back to the same issue. How do you get someone who doesn't give a shit about magic to get into Magic's story? That I can't necessarily give you an answer, because that is the answer that Wizards of the Coast is looking for. Really, a lot of the answer is, oh, you need to make a show. You need to make a show. And I feel like as long as I've been on the internet, Wizards has been like, we're totally making a show. A show's going to be real. It's happening. It's happening. It's going to happen. A show is going to happen. And like I said, this has been going on for ages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Pinker didn't just do the Boondocks thing of just like, read. I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure there'll be no ramifications to that whatsoever. And like, here's the thing. They could maybe not be lying. I don't think that when they say that there's going to be a show that they're fibbing. Also, might need to pull this guy up close to my face so I can get the eyes going in. I don't necessarily think they're fibbing. I think what's going on is that just making a show is just inherently like a weird, volatile bit of bullshit. And things like sometimes production issues just come up and it's like, oh, okay then. I need to touch that. All right, we got one eye. I forgot that there was an MMO. I mean, MMOs are kind of a bad business unless you were one of the big ones. I think it's the same thing with like live service games, where it's like you really like if you get the good one, it's infinite money forever. But like the road was littered with dead ones. Ones that did not make it severely outweigh the ones that did. We got a little bit. Didn't want. Okay. There we go. The eyes are going to be really goofy on this until I kind of like clean up the edges a little bit, but that's just how it is. Especially this one's going to be kind of fucky because the eyes sort of recessed. Didn't they also do it like? Didn't they also like make a fighting game and do something fucky with that too? I vaguely recall that there was a fighting game coming out, and it seemed like there's a lot of hype for it. And then I've heard nothing about it since. Eraser blood elves or warriors are immune to. Wait, what about them? I missed the context for the Spellbreaker bit. Email is all right. Yeah, once again, I'm sure that like the only League supplementary thing that I have seen is Arcane, because I was assured by multiple people that it was legit, and I think I ended up watching it with a group, and like it wasn't bad. It was pretty. I will say that. Like the quality of the story can pros and cons for a lot of things. And I didn't watch season 2, which apparently was like not good. But goddamn, that was a pretty show. That was a beautiful fucking animated show. I'll let those eyes dry a little bit. Thespian Lex. For me, it's not enough to enjoy a show. I know some people can just be like, lesbians, say no more. But for me, I'm just like, I can't. All right. So while those guys are drying in the eyes, because I'm going to need to touch it up before I do some enamel washing. Damn, I gotta get time for enamel washing. I could maybe go for it. I could, or I could just work on these little lads as well. That might be the way to go. These guys, I don't think I'm going to do their eyes. Their eyes were not meant for any scale. They actually don't have eyes. These lads have like little things that suggest eyes in their sculpting, which is cool. There was a color called Murder Scene for these guys. So I did that technique where you seal something in glue, with the idea that you use the glue to lock in your color, and then you go back in with with alcohol to kind of like remove it. I want to try that. Got wood. I got glittering gold. Got shamrock. Did I put it up? Maybe I put up. Maybe I put up my horrible color. My murder scene. Oh, I got a dusk ray here, which kind of worked. I think murder scene's the one I'm looking for. Hold on, Goldman. I need to get just like a better paint container for my speed paints because they are not organized nearly as well as I would like. Slaughter red. Dusk red, hardened leather. Maybe it's not in here. It could not be in there. Oh, $20 too much. Yeah, it's definitely a pretty show. It's definitely pretty. No, let's see. Natural brown, yellow. Worst case, I could try that dusk. Dark wood. It's funny. I keep seeing more and more people just use speed paint leathers for like leather pouches and stuff. I'm like, I hate painting leather pouches. I should be doing that way. Oh, there we go. I'm blind. It's right in front of me. There we go. Let me get that. Once again, this little like fidget popper palette thing has been just like a real fucking game changer. Yeah, I have a decent amount of expensive cards, but I got them when they weren't expensive. Or like I pack them. Yeah, usually for me, I won't spend more than like $10 on a card. And so far that's been like decent. That's been decent life advice. So yeah, so what's going to happen is I'm taking this and I'm putting this like relatively thick on all of the bulbs with the idea that eventually I'll reactivate this with alcohol. Forget if I'm supposed to, like, how dry this needs to be. You know what? It's been a while since I've done this technique. I think what I'm going to do... Ooh. Guys? That kind of looks nice. I'm torn. Like, the weird, gross yellow. I don't know. The yellow definitely, like, adds a bit more color contrast. Have you guys seen those mushrooms that are, like... basically look kind of like this, or that kind of like candy mushroom sort of dealio. I kind of like this a lot though. I might have to utilize this, maybe the idea in like a different thing. All right, so I'm gonna let this guy dry before I do anything too crazy, because worst case I might need to do some sort of like crazy stripping thing for that, or just repaint over it. Yeah, exactly. It looks juicy. Like every time I see those like really fucked up mushrooms that are like, it may look like delicious candy, but if you inhale one tiny micron of it, you will shit your brains out and die screaming. Because you know, I mean, that's a lot of mushrooms. There's a lot of mushrooms like, this is delicious. This will give you unspeakable nightmares until you perish, cursing God on your entire way out before you're vaulted to the gates of hell. Like, I'm sure some of those mushrooms are Australian, maybe. I don't know. No, God, no. Oh, God, why would I do that? I don't know, like, I hate instances. I like gross, hideous, like, mutants and monsters. Pimple popping stuff I just don't understand. Like, I know to some people they're like, oh, I find, like, a cathartic release in it. I'm just like, oh, don't. Oh, don't. Like, I knew friends of mine in high school that would go up to other friends of mine in high school and be like, hey, can I pop your pimples? And I was just like, I don't understand you. I don't understand that. No, that is a bzz. No, wrong. Will not do that. Would not watch. I won't like super judge anyone who watches that kind of stuff, but it is definitely not for me. I'm definitely not the target audience for that. How much I want to deal with the eyes. I think the eyes will still be fun. What do I want to do? I want to do enamels. I don't got a crazy. I think I'll hold off on the enamels. Let's look at what do you need? Random chuckle fucks. What do you need? You need all these random chuckle fucks need an additional coating on the reds. And then I dry maybe another layer on the browns. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers. And then the assorted blowjob assistants, I guess? I don't know. But yeah. I am happy once again. Like 15 millimeters paints quick. Those guys are easily a tabletop standard. I could technically stop there if I applied a glow to the eyes, but I do want to add it. I do think adding a bit of enamel wash for these kind of dudes really does that. Oh god, yeah. The thing is, like, I mean, it probably does have an audience. So, like, unfortunately, that kind of stuff probably does pick up algorithmic stuff. Oh god, there's probably, I just had the saddest thought that probably somewhere out there, people are making like AI pimple popping stuff, but like the pimples are all like weird and crazy huge for some reason. Because that's just kind of what slop does. There's like an AI voice of like, you would not believe how big this pimple got. And it's just like a fucking bowling ball on like a Quasimodo's back. We had to pop this with a crane. Like that kind of bullshit. I'm so glad that anything that has that kind of stuff, like I've been very lucky that for my Instagram is just minis. Like every time I know some people, they're like, yeah, every time I go to Instagram, they send me like weird AI generated racist stuff. I'm like, I don't got that problem. Mine is all just beautiful models. Excellent. I mean, when I say beautiful models, I mean, they are beautiful, but they're definitely that kind of like grimdark, real like hideous abomination beast. The kind of stuff I like, I like that shit. I like that shit a lot. But it's like, I don't have to worry about that. It is indeed a skill issue. Or just because maybe, I don't know. I think it's just because I only interact with anything in that world ever and don't use it for like any other form of entertainment stuff. Yeah, mostly same, yeah. I do have to be careful though. We're like, I don't like to, I try to just get myself away from just like letting Twitter just give me algorithmic bullshit because it just will go on forever. And I feel like it'll just soak up time and I will feel like I gain nothing out of it. Every now and then it's like, Twitter, you trying to make me politically angry, Twitter? You trying to cause a little discontent, Twitter there? I see what you're doing. I see what you're giving me. Okay. No. Bad Twitter, bad. It's just super easy just to be like, I enjoy this. And Twitter's like, maybe I can sneak someone on your feed so that you can get real angry so you won't leave. Because like, that's the usual like reason why stuff like that gets passed around, because Twitter would really like it if you never left Twitter and just watched every ad. That would be Twitter's ideal state for you. See, there you go. That's how you do it. If the communists win, oh god, oh no. It's just very funny. It's very funny. Where it's like it's so blatantly transparent. I mean, it's also kind of sad because I'm sure genuinely a lot of people, and I don't even think it's necessarily a communism thing, like anti. I have to imagine there's a similar like radicalization pipeline going in both directions, where the entire goal isn't really to like make you more educated or whatever. It's just to make you upset and stay on Twitter to argue with the other side. If anything, it probably needs the other side as like a antagonist, so you'll stay on there and fight them in comments, so that way you have a better chance of reading ads. These are all my wonderful Minotaur lads. These guys are kind of at a scale where they don't really have like a good like it's really hard to kind of like, maybe I could have put like one of those Minotaur symbols on their shoulders. They do have kind of wide shoulders because of with the sculpt. Hey, let's go. I do like, it's weird because like I am an internet person. I've been on the internet since I was 13. I am 35 going on 36. A lot of the weirdness of the internet lets me be myself and whatnot. And it's where all my favorite things are, because a lot of my things are too niche for like my local scenes and whatnot. And like a lot of my friends are cool people, but they don't get the weird niche bullshit I'm into. But also, like, a lot of the internet is no longer the internet I love because, everything needs to be a vacuum that soaks up money. Yeah, it's yeah, oh yeah, families can be like that too. It's like, it's once again, it's like there's people on the internet and there's internet people, and unfortunately the balance has shifted So now people on the internet are the vast majority, and internet people are kind of like that. That's why I honestly a lot of times just try to stay in my own lane and just, try to find my own personal happiness and paint my little minis and enjoy, entertain you nerds for a while. Cause that's a way better use of my time than just getting into internet fights. I used to get into internet fights, not about politics, about edition wars, but that was stupid. That was stupid and dumb, and nobody came out of that better. I technically learned a lesson, as in the lesson of don't do that. I can't believe that 3.5 versus 4e D&D taught me the lesson that some people on the internet aren't actually there to be corrected. Like somebody could have a incorrect statement, and if you're like, oh no, here's a source that shows that you're wrong. It's okay, buddy. Easy mistake. The fact that they double down instead of being like, oh, I was led astray or I misremembered. Haha, I'm sorry, friend. We're all friends on the internet, right? Miss that shit. Yeah, you do gotta be aware. It is and I'm not immune to it. I think not to algorithms can be really insidious. They can just slowly steer you. There's things that I think are cool that I found only just because the subtle hand of an algorithm put it my way. And sometimes that's fine because, how did you learn about things back in ye old days? You got a newsletter or what was on the radio. You didn't have a lot of options. Yeah, no one's immune to it. Exactly. But to a certain degree, your tastes aren't fully in your control. I'm trying to think. I thought of a really dumb example. This is gonna be a stupid example, but I'm gonna need you all to hear me out. Okay, so when I was younger, I knew vaguely what anime was, but in one issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, they had a article on anime. And it had the main lady from Love Hina, whose name escapes me. It might actually be Hina. I read Love Hina 20 years ago, and I remember nothing other than Motoko. I think Motoko is the samurai girl. She's the best girl. She was the best girl. I'm sure if I read it now, maybe I'd have a different opinion, but Samurai Girl's still very good. And that article mentioned what hentai was. Now, I could have gone my entire life without knowing that knowledge very easily. And maybe, as a nerd, maybe when I found out about something different, maybe found out about that later, maybe. But yeah, sometimes knowledge and things are hoisted upon you, just kind of at the whims of fate. It makes sense now. It might, I don't know. But or yeah, exactly like Toonami. If Toonami didn't exist, would I like anime? I don't know. I like Pokemon a lot, and I watched a lot of shows that I would find out years later were anime. But I'm not gonna Toonami. Really, actually, Toonami honestly not so much. I would watch Tenchi and Gundam Wing and stuff, but I never had consistent access to Toonami. It was Adult Swim that I had the most consistent access to, and that had lingering effects. So to a certain degree, sometimes the algorithms are a extension of that, is a continuation of culture is provided to you in a way that you still chose. I chose to watch Cartoon Network. I followed a road and then I found something along the way. And sometimes algorithms will do stuff like that. I'll find people just randomly or whatever. It happens with VTubing too, where sometimes somebody will be blessed by an algorithm. Oh, you're cool. I'm gonna check you out. I'm sure a lot of people found me through algorithmic whimsy. That happens. Oh, were you a Wishbone kid or a Zaboomafoo kid? I need to know. Those are the two PBS shows that I remember. There was a period of time where my family went in. I don't know, Cyber Chase. I will say that my family had several ups and downs growing up in terms of where we were on at the economics place. There was a while where we lived out in the fucking boonies with no cable or anything. So you watch what you could. I think you guys are making up PB. I think you got Zaboomafoo. There we go. I was gonna say I think the rest of you are making up PBS shows. No, I didn't watch a huge amount of PBS was a thing I needed to watch because I had no other choice. I remember watching way back in the day shit like Eliminate because we just didn't have proper cable. Eventually we got satellite, and that was a game changer. That's why it was a predecessor. Okay. Like, that is why I think I have some fondness for X-Play, because when we got satellite, I discovered X-Play, and I was like, oh shit, there's a video game channel, let's fucking go! And I can kind of ignore everything else about X-Play because that was novel, you know? That was pretty novel. I think Dragon Tales was on there too. But yeah, no, I ended up watching a lot of stuff that was like either way too old or way too young for me, just because, you know, you got like a handful of channels out in the boonies. You don't got a lot of variety. You just watch what's on TV. And once again, that's talking about the idea where it's like, yeah, sometimes stuff is just there and you watch it. And sometimes that was an algorithm. Maybe now it's an algorithm. And then sometimes in the past that was just like, you know, a TV exec. Country boys do make do, indeed. It was weird because on one hand, it was, for context, it was me, my adopted sister, and my adopted mother were living with my adopted mother's boyfriend at the time. And, like, he was, like, a real redneck dude, but, like, you know, like, at the time, he was a nice guy. Like, I don't think there was any, like, I think there was some, like, weird, like, fighting between the two. I don't think it was ever, like, a violent thing. I think just, like, they were not a good fit after all. But, like, he seemed like a nice dude. And I remember, like, we didn't have a, like, the house is big. We didn't have a lot of stuff to do though, because we lived in the middle of nowhere. And I do remember we had quads. Quads were fun. Out of all the things I've ever done that I haven't really done in a long time, it'd be kind of fun to ride a quad. Those were legit. That was the most country I think I've ever been. It's like riding on the dirt road next to the corn in my quad. Hell yeah. Like, that was real. That was a real thing in my life. Let's see. You guys are dragon. Oh yeah, one easy thing I'll do. Okay, that's dried, but I don't want to get out the alcohol yet. But what I can do is work on their bases. Oh shit! Oh no, hold on. So this guy, when I did when I attached a rat to the base, I needed to use some sprue goo to like lock that in. I have not gone and used a primer on that. More here. Okay, that explained a lot. Yeah, it like, once again, I was watching it definitely when I was too old for a lot of those shows, but also, like, I could have still missed it just entirely off of demographics. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to do the same thing I did with the rat, but, like, on this entire chunk. But first I need to, because I was using sprue goo, this is just straight up just, you know, melted plastic, so I'm going to need to seal it. I'm going to prime it a bit. I'm just gonna do this entire, like, stone chunk from the top. I think that'll be good. I can kind of go around the sides and whatnot. Oh, what's Bill Nye? I know I watched Bill Nye the Science Guy, but I could not tell you what channel it was on. I guess function wasn't super different from stations, but you know what I mean. Get that right there. How you doing, Sanguine Precept? How you doing, Princept? How you doing? I am currently... The main goal of tonight were these two fucks. They are not done. They're pretty close. What I really need to do is, like... I might also maybe need to pick... I think some of the baking soda is still kind of... Probably what I need to do, I need to dust these guys... I need to work on some cables and maybe some other miscellaneous touches before I do the enamel stage. But once again, easily tabletop playable. Easily tabletop playable. I think they could be pushed further, but I'm pretty happy right now. This PBS. Oh, there we go. Okay. Maybe I saw him growing up when I was more like the actual PBS age that I should have been watching, and then later when I was more of like a middle schooler teen, we were watching Zaboomafoo because it was just fucking on. Yeah, that's true. Probably I might have been showing him in school too. That is also a distinct possibility. I did go to Catholic elementary school for a lot though, so maybe not for me anyway. It's kind of weird because my Catholic elementary school wasn't like real big on like, it was mostly just like a regular elementary school with Bible lessons. I don't know if that would have changed when I got older, I mean, it's not like we had a Catholic high school or like even like a Catholic middle school. It was like Catholic elementary school and then regular school. It's just like regular middle and high school. Very strange. How you doing, Chaucer? How you doing? How you doing? What is going on with you, buddy? Like around like here. Did I just like miss a weird area? Or is he like drying weird? I don't know. I might need to touch that up later too. That's fun. Sometimes you look around the model and you find weird bits. And you're like, what the fuck happened there? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, okay. My family used to get those from the library, the fucking eyewitness videos. Those fucked. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. See, there we go. I got that. When I played Mass Effect and found out that the narrator of those was the Elusive Man, it fucked my brain up real bad. I'm like, this is weird. This is strange. I'm like, the fact that you're like being an ominous man in a chair and not teaching me about how cool dinosaurs are feels, yeah, there's a lot of like little jingles and stuff that are kind of sleeper cell directly in my brain. Yeah, honestly, I didn't learn about Orthodox Christianity until much later in life. It was just never a thing where I was at. 2 weeks of vacation. Hey, let's go. That is real backlog busting hours. Hell yeah, let's go. Is there any other? Those guys are still drying. That guy is still drying. This guy's still drying. This guy. Do a quick little rotate, yeah. You can see a couple little nubbins, but it's just kind of tricky with 3D prints sometimes. Not a big deal. It's good. It's good. I wonder if there's ever like an edutainment eyewitness game. That could maybe be fun. There's like one game that was like an edutainment game that I kind of want to play again called 3D Dinosaur Adventure. I don't think it would work as a stream because it was, 3D, but cool. It was cool. Maybe I could do that. There's like a little. I'm getting hiccups too. There we go. Speaking about activating people like fucking sleeper cells. I don't know Zook Disney. No, that one I don't know. I was not like a huge Disney kid. Hey, let's go. That was one of those things that like I don't know how my family got that. Just one day it was on our computer and my adopted father was like, check it out, dinosaurs. And I was like, I love dinosaurs. I still like dinosaurs. And like, it's not that I definitely like moved on to other things, but like, I do like me a big lizard. But like, compared to like, there's like a couple of VTubers like Charlotte the Bear, and I think it's like Damien Verde. There's a couple of VTubers whose thing is like, I fucking love dinosaurs. Like they're the ones who like know dinosaur species, like off the top of their noodles. And I'm like, oh damn, those people are powerful. Can I not reach that other cable? I'll leave that one alone. Or maybe, hold on. TTRP, maybe. Oh, so how you doing, Almantos? How you doing? It's mid-afternoon. Oh, okay. I don't remember that was. The only like weird Disney show I remember was like, it was an anime called Flint the Time Detective. That might have been on like I think that was on, maybe that was not on a Disney block. Maybe that was on a different block. That's another, like I said, that's another one of those shows that like I grew up with a decent amount of anime, but I just had no concept for what anime was. Oh, I don't know Kirby, no. Maybe I should look her up because that sounds cool, actually. Oh, okay. I like how when I looked up her profile picture, it's just straight up her. I know she's got like a human form, but there we go. Let's go. One thing that's weird that I never got to see until I was an adult was Dinotopia. Dinotopia is one of those things that I think like really could have changed my brain if I would have saw it when I was young enough. It's still cool. Don't get me wrong. Oh, I fucking love that. I love when the human disguise is like not the main form. I like that. There's also like one thing that's like, you can't do this with every VTuber. I like when like there are like smaller VTubers have like big hulking brutes for mascots. Like Mishi Molly has like a bunch of like weird like dog monsters for hers. And I like it, because like like halberds, they're soft and squishy, and I can throw you pretty easily. That's fun. But I think when a VTuber is inherently smaller, I think the Molly's a very powerful VTuber. I don't talk about her enough because but I kind of put her in that same bracket of like Alice Sawyer and Picky, where it's like she's got a lot of various talents, and I'm fucking in awe. But all right, we got some cables, and the lads are done for today. Please no throw. Well, that's going to depend on your behavior now, isn't it? Let's go to the schedule. Wow. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun schedule-wise. Hold on. I'm not... There we go. Schedule-wise, on tomorrow, Thursday, we will be playing Half-Life 2, Episode 1, which I'm pretty excited about. I'm really curious how it's going to pick up after the last, explosion ending. That should be neat. And, no, I shifted my streams to be like 7 to 11 just because it gives me more time to prep for work and I don't have to stay up super late. So it do be like that sometimes. And then Half-Life Episode 1 on Thursday, and Sunday I will be painting something. I don't know what yet. I will definitely be painting something though. Yay! Thanks for coming, everybody. Thank you. I'm gonna cut all you YouTube nerds loose. Take it easy. Bye, YouTube nerds. Bye-bye.